tell you what, my pickup over there is looking mightily inviting to go and jump in and drive straight back out that gate. This is going to be a little bit of a challenge, I feel. Well, I know what you're probably saying to yourself, where on earth are you? It is very, very hard to tell. With all this fog around, there is not a lot to see. But we have just rolled into Array County. I had a bit of a call last week, a couple of panicked investors. I've had a farm down here for 5 or 6 years. Basically, said the farm hasn't turned a profit in the time they've owned it. I had a bit of a giggle at that and said that most farms probably don't turn a profit in that time, but they did not find that very funny at all. Unfortunately, between the two of them, there is not an ounce of farming knowledge. They had no idea what they're in for. They employed some guy down here to run the business for them, run the farm for them. He talked a big talk, said he knew what he was doing and that he'd have them profitable in no time. And, well, it sounds like he was more mouth than action and just nothing's happened. Got to the point last week here, leading into harvest, he just walked out on them, up sticks and said, "It's all yours, good luck." So here we are. We got a call and said, "Come in and see what you can do." I've asked if we'll hang around for a couple of years, see if we can get the farm back to profitable in that time. So I don't know what we're walking into. Let's go and have a look. We've got to go and find this farm. It's up here somewhere. I'm sure we've got the directions right. There is another farm in around here somewhere, which is a bit of a dairy farm, cattle and things like that, but predominantly soybeans and corn with a little bit of wheat mixed in. So let's go and have a look. Go and see what we've got ourselves in for. Well, I have a feeling this is us here on the left. They said keep an eye out for a white fence leading into the farmyard, so I'll head on down this way and, well, there's alarm bells ringing already when I look over the fence and see all those weeds and those beans. Got patchy spots in here on this side as well. I don't know whether that means planting issues, some sort of other germination issue or what that is. So, like I said, we've only had about a week's notice of being here. It was only last week they rang us, so we haven't had much of a chance to be briefed on what it is we're walking into. But you can see a bit of equipment there. Let's go. Park up just here, turn everything off. Let's go and have a look around and see exactly what we've got in front of us. So first things first, looks like we've got a semi there. I'm guessing that means there's some trailers around somewhere for that. Be a bit of a waste of time having that if we've got nothing to pull. Nothing flash on the tractor front to start off with. 4900 Massey Ferguson there. It's about a 350, 400 horsepower tractor, somewhere around that. So I'm guessing that might do a bit of their sort of main work around the farm. Yeah, like I said, we don't have much told to us. Roller there, field roller. That's good to see. Get in there and knock the soybeans, or knock the ground down once the soybeans have been seeded. Get any clumps down and make sure we're not going to have any issues when we run through. Fertilizer spreader there in the back. That beast, 1156 Ford. Obviously a versatile originally, these things, but they were branded and painted with the Ford colours on them there in some areas. So yeah, nice to have that. It's another big workhorse, but once again, looks pretty well looked after, but not the newest tractor, which is good. Now, what have we got in here? Combine in the back there, 5088. So again, not the biggest combine. But good to see that we're not over-capitalising there on any of the equipment, although I don't know how any of it's been financed or where it's sitting in that realm, so we'll have to dive into the books and have a look at that at some stage. 7810 there, looks like it's got some narrow tyres on it. Front loader brackets as well, so maybe there's a loader around for that. There's our seeder, John Deere seeder, the planter actually that is, isn't it? It is indeed. DCS 2117 planter, so I'm guessing that's what puts in the soybeans and corn. This is a pretty modern looking sprayer. Very recent on the market. 732i. It's looking, it's got the cameras and everything up on the booms. That's a seriously fancy piece of equipment. And looking out there at those weeds that were in that field, I don't know if it actually got used or whether it's just there and parked up to look good. Oh, what's that sitting up the front? Folded corn header. Okay. Well, it's promising. Promising start so far. What is that, 12 row? It's like a 12 row. Okay. Well, it's a decent lineup of equipment so far. Carry on and have a look around here. Diesel storage there. Sounds like it's got some in there. Have we got a sight gauge? Can't see, but it did sound like it had some in there. A few bins, fertilizer, seeds, lime maybe, things like that. No, that sounds pretty hollow. Nothing in the bottom of that one either. Nothing there as well. Gotta say, actually, those doors and gates don't look like they're opened. Wonder if they're even being used. Oh, something else to try and figure out. Some grain silos. That's always a positive. No, that one's decidedly empty. Wouldn't expect there to be much around at this time of year. Obviously, just wanting to make sure our bins are empty, but no, nothing in that one either. Yeah, empty as well. So, obviously got no grain stored here at the moment, but I can't actually see. There's no auger. No grain auger or anything like that. How have they been? That might explain why these aren't being used either. That's interesting. Alright, well, I don't know what's happening with the grain that's coming off the fields if you've got nowhere to put it in the bins you're using. There we go. There is our trailer. One Hopper Wilson trailer. Perfect. Oh, there we go. Walk straight past that. Case ripper. Get in there and corn stubble and residue that you really want to get rid of. You could run through and really deep rip with that, which is good. Ooh, some bigger stuff in here. Look at this. Kinsey 851 grain cart. Yeah, probably a pretty reasonable sized grain cart to be running with the combine. Combine headed through there in the back as well. And a bit of a Concord air seeder. Okay, that's not too bad, is it? Hang on. We've just seen a big Ford and the Massey, and holy heck. That is probably part of the reason you're not running a profit. How on earth have they got a quad track on the farm? 3 big tractors, including this beast, sitting here. That seems a bit excessive to me. Very excessive. Interesting. So that'll be for putting in any wheat or any grain crops. Of course, the seeder or the planter would be doing all the soybeans and corn, so we'll have to have a look and see what there is floating around. 2 vertical tillage tools, a couple of discs there, the Landau, and what looks to be a bit of an unbranded. Oh, it's Summers. It does have a label there on the side. Again, do we run enough acres to have 2 of those? That is a question. Well, some decent equipment. I can't see that staying. We're going to have to dive into where that comes from. How on earth they've got that sitting there. No wonder it's hiding around the back. I bet you they didn't even know that he'd gone ordering a 715. Alright, so what have we figured out so far? Empty commodity bins there. Empty grain bins. Nothing or no way to put them in there. We do have a combine. We do have grain carts and tractors and everything we need to be able to harvest some crops, which is good because, just have a look, it looks like everything's pretty much good to go. Corn in here. Again, the weeds through the bottom of that. That cannot be very good. Alright, I'm just going to take a nosy up at these soybean fields. They did say, one thing they did say, there's a farm map up on the up on the wall in the shed, so we will go and have a look at that. The other thing actually, it's walking around, I haven't seen a workshop anywhere. They not do their own maintenance on the farm? Did he take it with him? Was it a mobile workshop? Goodness knows. Alright. Look at that. That's disgusting. That is an embarrassing field to have at the front of your farm where, well, the road is down there. Not that you can see it for the fog, but that is embarrassing having that in the front of your farm. Right. Okay. Well, it looks like they're ready to go. Once this fog lifts and it might dry out a little bit, they wouldn't crack very well. The pods wouldn't open very well at the moment with the bit of moisture that's in the air, but maybe later this afternoon, once we've figured a few more things out, we can maybe get in there and tackle some of that. So, right, let's go in here and see if we can find this, this map. So there we go, the main farm map. There's the 5 fields around the farm. We've seen the 2 soybean fields out the front. 29 is about 20 acres. And 26 over here is about 19, but look at the vast chunks of this which aren't farmable. So there's actually only half that field's actually got any crop in it. This one here, a little bit better. 75% of it is actually croppable ground. What about the ones out the back here? 12, that's not too bad. 22 and 15 again, big areas out the back that aren't farmed. This one's 23 and 16, so almost 70%, or maybe only 70%, might be 30% of land that they own isn't being farmed. On top of that, they did say there was a couple of other fields that had been purchased or leased or something like that. These ones over here. And this was something that the previous guy did only this year, so it's the first time I've actually farmed them. We've got sort of 10.5 acres, but only 6.5 being used, and 14.5 and 10.5 actual usable ground. So, yeah, goodness knows, that's a bit weird. When you've got all these fields around you that we could look at buying, to go and have them remotely like that. Maybe something else we can do to consolidate and bring things back down here into the farm. I'll tell you what, my pickup over there is looking mightily inviting to go and jump in and drive straight back out that gate. This is going to be a little bit of a challenge, I feel. Not a huge farm, but some decent equipment on there, and some incredibly unnecessary equipment, when there should be things like augers so we can load into the bins and make the most of selling crops at the right time, so we can store them here. I can only guess that they're either been storing them through the co-op and paying storage fees, or just selling direct to market at the going rate when they're harvesting, which neither of those would be ideal. Obviously we can't use commodity bins, so are they buying direct from the co-op and not getting it at the right price, or when the price is low? Who knows? So there's a few little points just to start off with. Like I said, there's no workshop. What on earth are they doing for maintenance? For all I know, it just looks shiny and new, but the actual engine's been run into the ground and just not looked after. So again, some money spent on a workshop might be a better idea than having a quad track sitting out the back. They have given me the login to look at the bank accounts and look at some of those things, so we might just dive into those, have a little bit of a look-see. Oh, dearie me, there is a $1.75 million loan sitting here. I wonder if they know about that. It is over 20 years, but it's only taken out 2 months ago. Is that how they managed to afford the quad track if they purchased that? Because there's a huge amount of money to be sitting there being borrowed, especially considering the actual cash account there, and he has $127,000 in it. So that's our operating account to be able to buy things, commodities, what have you. So that is not too ideal. But also, just taking a look as well, it looks like we've got some of the equipment's actually financed, so the farm doesn't even own it. Oh, that's even more concerning. The quad track, that's on finance, so not even used the money of the loan to buy for that. That fancy new sprayer, financed. Crikey, even the combine's financed, and the header, and the corn header. Oh, wow. Okay. Well, we're just really going to have to figure those out, because we need those pieces of equipment. We've got some costs that are going to be coming out every month to pay for those. So, all right. Okay. Well, that's given me some food for thought. No workshop, expensive equipment, empty bins, fields that are growing and ready to harvest but haven't been very well looked after. We are in for a bit of a battle here. Well, I think we're going to wait for this fog to burn off, wait for things to dry out a little bit. We're going to go and figure out what we're going to do with that big tractor, and then we're going to get rid of these soybeans off these fields, because we don't want to have those sitting out the front there, someone to see, and any longer than they need to be. Well, the fog hasn't really lifted, but it has dried out enough to go in and get started on the beans. So just getting the header here hooked up. You see the grain carts moved, we've got that all out. I did take a little bit of time though, and I have given the dealer a call and said, what's the story? What do you know about this quad track? They were going to take a look into it and see what we could do, because I basically said to them, there's no need to have it. We don't need it on the farm. It's too big for what we're doing. We've already got 2 decent sized tractors that take care of all our heavy lifting. So we want to get rid of it. Let me know what it's going to take to get it out of here. Obviously there's already been a couple of repayments made on it, but with only 127 grand sitting here, there's not much more we're going to be able to do. Now the other question I actually asked them is, do they have any augers or anything like that? And they were going to have a look and get back to me on that as well. So for now, I'm hoping amongst the grain cart, possibly the semi with the trailer on it, and the combine, we might be able to get a decent way through this field. I mean, ideally not. That would mean that we had some decent yield, but I'm not holding out too much hope for that. So anyhow, we're going to go and grab the combine. We've already pulled that out, but we're going to go get this hooked up to the header, and we'll make a start on this first field of beans. It's nice to be able to turn up and actually start doing some farm work after all the stress this morning of figuring out what's going on with this farm. We'll just pull in and get this hooked up. It's a bit of a silly place actually. We've got the grain cart right behind us, so our manoeuvrability is severely hampered at the moment. Let's just see. There we go. We should see the grain cart there. Alright, looks like we're around. Just watch that header on the left. There we go. It's far enough out, and that's us out and around this. Now, I think, is this a 25 or a 35 foot header? I don't actually know. I have to go and have a look. Paste it out. See how it goes. Right. I'm going to go straight in here. Now, you might wonder about the farmhouse. That's vacant. The manager was living in there. I'm loath to go inside and see what state he left that in after seeing what he's done just around the farmyard. But it is going to be our accommodation. That's where we're going to be staying. So we'll go and check that out a little bit later on. But anyhow, let's get this all in here. I think everything... Oh, I've got to get the hopper up the back unfolded. Of course. You see that up there? There we go. And that's all unfolding. Perfect. That's better. See some light in there now. Alright, so that's all done. Nothing to unfold on the header, so we should press the right buttons. There we go. A little bit unfamiliar with these red machines. Haven't spent too much seat time on them lately. Right, let's get that lowered down, and we're just going to sneak our way in here. We've obviously got the yield monitor up there on the corner. 76%, 3.6 tonnes to the hectare. Okay, well, it's better than nothing, I suppose. Like I said, any beans are better than no beans, but it's certainly would have been nice to have that sort of up around the 100, maybe even the 110% mark. But here we go, we're into it, and we're making a start here on some harvesting. Some beans going in the back too. Yeah, it's a nice flow going in there. Alright, perfect. Well, there we go. Let's us into the field, making a start on the harvest. It's nice to be back in a combine. It is nice to be back in a combine, and while I did say this one's financed, and I need to figure out what it's going to cost, we'll worry about it once harvest season's over, because maybe it's something we return at the end of the season, see if we can strike a similar deal to what we might try and do with this quad track. So let's wait and see what happens. Anyhow, let's get around the field, get this opened up, see how far we can go, and how much of this we can get done without having to solve our storage issues. So we're coming up on our second heading pass done. There we go, just at 80% full, and the beacons have come on. We get the beep there to say how full we are. I'm not too disappointed with that actually. It's a better yield than I had thought. We've hit 90% at times, getting up around 4.2 tonnes a hectare. You can see that flicking through. Still, it's not as good as it could be though. Take the weeds out. Not even sure if the correct fertiliser application, or whether the field's been limed, or sort of what condition they are in. So a little bit of research there to do with those. Here I say, from what I've learnt so far, there is not much chance that there has been an agronomist involved on the farm, or anything done there around any soil sampling and figuring out what the optimum application rates are for things. So yeah, I'm going to grab the tractor, bring the grain cart over, get this unloaded, and then we'll just carry on. There we go, unloading into the grain cart. It's all going pretty well, fits in under the auger perfectly. So like I said, probably the perfect size grain cart. One of the few bits of equipment, that's a little bit negative. One of the pieces of equipment that is actually quite well sized for the farm. I've got to admit, the Massey, the Ford, the Concord air seeder, the CCS planter, even the sprayer to in some regards. Good sized pieces of equipment. This combine, perfect for this size farm and the amount of land we're harvesting and managing here. So I can't be completely negative about things, but I do wonder what some of the thought process was around a couple of those purchases. The sprayer, I think that could come in useful. It just needs to be used, so we'll figure that one out. Anyhow, let's get this all lowered down. Obviously we've put one load there into the auger wagon. I certainly think between the auger wagon and the grain cart and the truck, we're definitely, I'm confident we're going to get this field done, but we'll wait and see. Headlands, once they're open, particularly on these irregular shaped fields, take up quite a big chunk of the land. So anyhow, let's carry on. We're just going to mow through this and get it all done, and we'll catch up with you when we're finished. So we're almost here at the end of the first field. The hopper's going to be too full, I'm not going to get up and back again, but we haven't filled the grain cart up yet. It is over there in amongst the fog. I can't believe that this fog has not lifted yet. It is, it's crazy. It's very bizarre. So yeah, it is what it is though, right? So nice to get this first field finished. But while I've been in here, I was just thinking, we talked earlier and the info that I had been given was that this was a soybean, corn and wheat farm, but when we were looking at the farm map, there was no sign of any wheat anywhere. So ask the question, is there any wheat? If not, why not? And what's the point in having the air seeder? So I've got a little bit of research there to do. I guess, you know, it's not stopping us putting wheat in if we wanted to, but perhaps we could get rid of the air seeder and just concentrate on doing the soybeans and corn. Not quite sure. We'll have to give that a little bit of thought as well. Just something else I thought about. But anyhow, here we go, another 10,000 litres here in the hopper. We must be getting close to a full grain cart, but at least we're going to be able to get this field finished before we have to worry about pulling the truck out, grabbing the trailer, or anything like that. So I'll get this auger out on the side of the combine. Spun around without damaging anything. Just looking a little bit closer for comfort. Just rearrange ourselves there, and sorry. Looking at that grain cart, I reckon this hopper's going to fill it up. We'll be about right, yeah, up there in the top corner, 90%. So it's not going to take it all. No, not at all. That's alright, it's going to take enough out of here that we can now go and get the field finished. We get 30,000 litres in there, so 35,324 litres so far. Might end up with, what, 37,000 maybe? the time we finish this pass? We'll wait and see. Anyhow, let's get these last 2 runs done, and then we'll get back over to the farmyard and do a final tally up on this field and make plans for the next one. And there we go, we are done. It must be what, 37,500 litres if you count the few thousand litres we've already got. 30,000 litres that's already in the grain cart, so it's not too bad of a start. Right, let's get this back over to the yard and we'll have a look-see. I'm just trying to figure out where we're going to get into this field. There's a fence the whole way around this side, so I'm assuming we might go back up here through the yard and down by the grain bins. So it's probably a good place to go and park up. For now, while we figure that out, get the auger wagon back over here and get the truck out as well. But I think we're going to actually have to figure out what we can do with an auger. We might go down and pay the dealer a little bit of a visit, or see if they've managed to sort something out for us yet. But here we go, into the field here. There's no point doing that just now because we're just about full. So I think let's just leave that parked there and get it turned off just for now. And I think for the foreseeable future, we will call that quits for our first video here in Ray County. I'm still on the fence about whether we stay or whether we walk away, because this is going to be some monumental battle. I'm going to have to do some thinking, figure out what we're going to do to try and turn this farm around. I think the bones are there. I really do, having given it some thought while we're in the combine, but there's just been some very silly decisions made over the past few years, which will have certainly compromised the profitability of the farm, and no doubt at all about that. So let's see if we can turn some of those decisions around and make this farm much better than it currently is. So hope you've enjoyed that. Thank you all very much for watching. I'll catch you in the next one. Well, we said it had to happen, and it is. The quad track is no more part of the farm. It's the next month, and as you can see, we had over $100,000 sucked out of the account at the end of the month, just covering payments on the tractor, the combine, the sprayer, and of course the loan we have. And well, that's not sustainable, is it at all? In fact, I'm already nervous what we're going to be doing at the end of this month. We're going to have to figure something out very, very quickly. But we are getting rid of the quad track. That's I think a $60,000 a month payment that we just cannot afford. We had to strike a little bit of a deal with the dealer though for them to come and take it away. We have paid obviously for last month, or for this month, so we're another payment down, but and of course we had to promise not to do it with the combine or the sprayer. This is the only bit of equipment they are going to take back, because they're now stuck with this expensive beast to try and rehome somewhere. And if you're familiar with the dealer around here, it's actually quite green country. There's a lot of John Deeres around, so they are a little bit concerned as to whether or not in the current climate they're going to be able to rehome that. So fingers crossed they can, but we do appreciate them taking it away. But there was a sweetness to the deal, and I did manage to talk them into selling us a auger here, a conveyor auger that's going to make it possible to use the bins. So that was kind of a little bit of a sweetener there for the fact we did pay for that extra month on the finance there on the tractor. So goodness knows what have we paid, 180 grand off on that, and it's on the back of the truck and leaving. But that 60 grand a month we now don't have to go and find, so that's a good start. Also great to see the birds fly past, blue skies and no fog around today, so it's a much nicer start to the month this month than we might had last time. As for the soybeans, well, they're not looking too bad. We're going to have to just get in here and get them harvested. But first things first, we had to put the grain cart in the shed. We were a little bit worried about the weather overnight, so it's parked up in the shed. The combine, while we had left it over there, it's just nosed, or actually backed into the shed there. There you go. You can see that. So first things first, once these guys have gone, we're going to get the soybean all into the bins. I think we're going to use this bin here on the left and then leave those two there for the corn, and go and get that all unloaded so we can start on some harvesting. So let's get that sorted out. There's a few other things I've figured out. Obviously had a bit of a sleepless night, spent a lot of time looking into the books and studying a few things and trying to figure out exactly what's been going on here. So a few more things to report on that could have some bearing on what we do in the future. But anyhow, let's try and get this all set up and get some beans up into the bins. So we've got that all configured there. Hopefully Maybe a bit tight getting the header through the corner there, but we should be able to manage that. It's probably a little bit bigger in terms of an auger than what we actually need for the size of the bins. It will go quite a lot higher than what we've got it now, but it's about all they had. They didn't have too many options. Obviously, it's not the sort of thing they have a huge amount of these hanging around waiting for someone to ask for one, so we're very fortunate to be able to get it. But there we go, that's us all set up. So just need to figure out, we're going to go and open the hatch up on top of the bins, so obviously not going to be able to take the camera up there, but we do need to climb up the little ladder here and get up on top and get that opened, and we'll grab the grain cart out, and fingers crossed we're not going to make too much of a mess dropping the beans directly down into the auger. It's not going to work too well, but it is what we've got to deal with. Otherwise we could actually park the truck or the trailer over top of that and then dump into the trailer and then do it that way. That might be a better solution. Alright, anyhow, let's get this door open up, or gate or lid or whatever you want to call it, open up on the bin, and we'll go and get some beans in here. Well, after much fluffing around with positions, locations, all of those kind of things, we finally managed to get everything, I think, in the right location and set up in a perfect spot. So we need to empty into the back hopper here. So open our cover up, there's our 30,000 litres of soybeans, and now should be able to... Can we open our auger? I don't think we can open our auger. What's going on with this? Ah, that's a little bit of a pickle, isn't it? It's telling us it's got no hydraulic components, but it's plugged in and connected. The trailer has no hydraulic components. Well, that baffles me, because I'm pretty sure, I'll take a look around there is a hydraulic ram on the front. So, okay, let's try a different tractor and see if that'll work. Well, this has got me baffled. I'm getting a warning of no hydraulic components here, but if I look down and have a look, everything's all plugged in, the same as it was on the back of the Massey. I wonder if this is a maintenance issue or exactly what is going on here. This is not proving out to be a very fruitful start to the day. Right, we're gonna have to troubleshoot this and figure it out, because we really, well, I guess we could start harvesting. We just have to come in and unload directly into the back of the truck from the combine, which is a solution. That might be what we have to do for this field. It is a big, long, awkward shape. It's one we're going to harvest in basically 3 or 4 headland passes. There's not going to be any up and down rows really in it, so let's we'll get that cover put back on there, and we're just going to pull this out of the way once more. Just pull it into the shed, because without the header in there we can drive right through, and leave it parked in here until we can figure out what is going on. I might have to give the dealer a call again and see if they can help. Right, so we've just squeezed the header out back through that door. It is an incredibly tight fit, but we should be out now. So once again, leaving equipment in awkward locations, having that tractor there, but there we go, we're around. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to get down in here. I do want to see if we can unload into this. But of course our auger's on the wrong side. Like I said, everything is all around the wrong way. Things have not been set up very well. Just going to have to see if we can get ourselves turned around here. We probably should have been better off backing in, but without any help on the farm, it's a bit hard to do some of these things all on your own. As you can see, we're having to juggle a whole lot of different moving parts all at the same time. Actually, we're not too close to the bins on that side. No, we're good there. Right, make sure we get empty into the back hopper and not the front one. Maybe something else that's going to complicate things. Right, let's have a look there. Pick our way around, get that auger out. There we go. Right, that's emptying into the back of the truck. So, with that doing that, let's jump out and go and see if we can get the hopper open on the bottom of the truck. Alright, there we go. We get some pressure built up into that, and we're going to plan now. Things are opening up that end, and we can see the soybeans coming out down the top, and they should all be going into our silo. Let's just go and double check. We should be able to hear them all rattling down into there. There we go, it does tell us there's 7,500 litres in there, so that's obviously doing exactly what it should be done. Right, finally something has gone right for us. Little wins, we'll take those on this farm. Right, well, let's just jump back in here. We're not going to run the truck for longer than we need to, because that's all diesel, and that diesel is money. So, with that all done, sorted. Right, I think it's time to go and start harvesting some beans. Let's roll into the field behind us and make a start. Alright, header on, get that lowered down, should be all good to go, and we're just going to roll in here and already see that we're getting similar yields to what we experienced in the other field, about 72% or 3.4 tonnes to the hectare. So looks like we're going to be sitting rather similarly in this field, which again, no surprises, because as we've said many a time, things just don't seem to have been prepared as well as they could have been. So there we go. Right, it is nice to be out working on a day like today. Isn't it a beautiful morning? Can't complain about that, that's for sure. Right, we're into it. Let us carry on and get this field harvested. It certainly proved to be a very awkward field to harvest, but we are just about there, almost finished. Now if you're wondering what all of the crop that sort of still looks like it's sitting in the field, that's withered crop, which obviously the harvester won't pick up. So we have lost a little bit of yield just because of weather conditions, or goodness who knows, might have been the way the field was prepped, the way the crop's been looked after. There could be any number of reasons that we've got these patches all around, but it does make it a little bit hard. sometimes to keep track of what's been done and what's not. I know that these little bits of plants just here, they have not been harvested, so header must have lifted up as we went through that little dip. There we go. A few spots like that where it's just a little bit uneven as well and we kind of lose contact, but that's us done. So we will turn that off. I'm going to go head over, empty into the truck. We've pretty much got everything into the back of the truck without having to unload it into the silo either, which is kind of handy. So let's get on over there and we'll see how much we got off this field. Alright, there we go. Combine is empty. The hopper's gone and emptied itself into the auger, which isn't a bad thing, I suppose. I have to empty it out at some stage, but let's just leave that there and jump over. Not quite all emptied out. The trailer also went for a bit of a walk. I think it's the trailer went for a walk. Maybe it was the auger. Something was moving. Actually, it's been the auger. Auger's not quite centered over top of the bin any longer, but that's alright. It's obviously still working, hitting the trigger. So, jump up in here. The last little bits of beans emptied out of this. Not much at all. There we go. On, off, and let's go and have a quick look at the bin. So there was about 7,500 litres in there. We've got 30,600. So we took 7 off, about 23,000 litres off that field. So not quite as much as the first one, but a decent amount. So it gives us what, 60, basically 60,000. There's 30,000 litres sitting in the soil in the back of the grain cart. So obviously need to figure out how we're going to get that out, but there we go. That is soybeans done and dusted. Now these fields, probably both these soybean fields, will end up being corn next year, and then a couple of the corn fields will become soybean fields, maybe a wheat field or two, and then we'll get into maybe a little bit more of a sensible crop rotation. We'll just have to wait and see, but anyhow, there we go. Header is finished with, so we'll go over and find the pickup, bring the header trailer over, get everything disconnected, and then we might actually have some time to roll into one of the cornfields. Well, we definitely do have time today. That's going to be one of our big tasks, actually, getting into all of the corn. But we'll definitely have time before we wrap this video up. So let's go and find the pickup. There's a few other things I wanted to talk about before the end of it too. Should be able to park that just there. Now, if we're going to jump back up into the combine, should be able to get this header put in the right spot. We go, drive over it about there. It's about right. Lower it down, disconnect it, and there we go. That wasn't too far off at all. So, we need to fold up the hopper on top because we're going in the shed. Well, actually, we obviously don't because we got in the shed before with it unfolded. But it's just back in. I think it's going to be the easiest way to move it around to get this corn header hooked up. It's tucked about as tight into the corner here as it would be humanly possible, but there we go. It's us all hooked up, so should just be able to carefully maneuver our way backwards out of here. Mindful of the fact that there is the Ford parked behind us. Pick that up in the rear vision mirror. Not quite. Okay, let's just see. Take a little bit of a multi-point turn. No, looks like we're far enough. There we go, we are clear of the door. Alright, let's get this out into the light of day. And we'll get things changed over. There's a bit of work to do on the combine. It's not just as easy as picking the header up. There's belts and pulleys and chains and gearing and all sorts of things we just need to fix in under the hood or under the side covers, as well. There's a few things we need to go through up here on the monitor and down here and get things sorted out. So we'll get that done. We'll get the header moved out of the way. We'll need to move the auger, although I really need to figure out that grain cart. So I think that's going to be our priority. We'll figure out what's going on with the grain cart, and then we'll get into some corn, hopefully. Well, we've had a little bit of a play around, and we've got things fixed on the auger. It will now open up. It was a little faulty valve down on the hydraulics on the actual grain cart that we had to fix. So we've managed to get that sorted out, but in all honesty, it was actually a mod issue and a keybind issue using the manual discharge, our manual tip trailer. It was picking this up as a trailer, and it was trying to obviously manually tip the trailer, and it was going, hang on, there's no hydraulics here to manually tip, whereas we were trying to open the auger out. So there we go. Just if you come across the same issue, that is what it is. But there we go. I'm able to get all these beans up. They are, are they flowing? No, they're not. So we'll need to get into the truck. Oh no, they are going up in there. Obviously the auger is spitting them out quicker than the or the grain cart's spitting them out quicker than the auger can take them up the top. So there we go. Right, let that sort itself out. good to have that all done, and we'll have to figure out which cornfield we're going to go and make a start on, and we'll get this order moved over, so when it comes time, we're all ready to go to dump some corn up into the bins. So there we go, everything's all set up now, ready to get into the corn augers on the second bin. Truck's all set up, and we've got the grain cart over here ready to go as well. I'm a little bit nervous because as we're getting into corn, we do know that this is going to yield high, probably not as high as it could. Again, crops probably haven't been prepped as well as they could have been, but even still, high yield is going to keep us on our toes, and I'm hoping that we're still going to be able to get around the fields and be able to unload back here, or we're going to be doing a lot of full running back across the field. To unfold that, and I think we need to unfold our hopper as well, don't we? Yeah, there we go, that's unfolding. Right, get this all undone. It's a nice big looking grain header. I do like this. This is going to be good. Corn header, of course. Right, let's get this turned on, because as I said, there was a few other things I wanted to sort of run across as we got into this, but let's just head in here. Now this is the smaller of the fields, which is why I'm starting off on this one. Let's just see if we can get ourselves set up with some guidance and steering assist. Alright, there we are, good to go. Will help me just to concentrate on having a chat to you a little bit more as we get into this. But like I said earlier, we've done a bit more deep diving into the farm. The main reason that the wheat didn't get harvested, it seems that that air seed is actually broken. I'm not sure what's wrong with it, it just wasn't working. So obviously finances being the way they were, couldn't afford to get it fixed, so just decided not to plant any wheat rather than doing that. So that's kind of where we've missed out on that opportunity. So we're just going to have to figure out what we're going to do there for that. That would be obviously necessary to be able to plant the wheat. But the other thing we've also found, there's no records at all of previous yields. The crops, what field had what in it, what the yields were, or anything like that. What even inputs were put in. So, you know, how much was spent on seed, fertilizer, diesel, all of those kind of things going onto the fields versus what was taken off them. So there really is a distinct lack of any data or anything scientific that could help turn the fortunes around here on the farm. So a few little things I've thought of doing. I'm going to take a look and do a little bit of research. I've already found out how much some soils testing it cost on the 2 soybean fields. It's going to be about 12 grand, I think, just on those 2 fields. So we could be up for $50,000 worth of soils testing, and obviously the account's not looking too healthy, so we have to figure out what we could do there with that. Might be a chat with the investors and just say, look, I know you don't want to spend any more money, but this is one way we could actually make a little bit of money here on the farm, just by getting that back in there. Gosh, we're 50% full already, and we're not even halfway around the field. My worst fears are being realised. In other news though, this is yielding at 98%, so it's not too disappointing from that perspective. I'm going to try and introduce a little bit more of a crop rotation and possibly look at either some fallow ground or putting some cover crop in, maybe even a alfalfa or something like that, some grass. I'm not sure exactly what the options are, but I'm going to have a chat to some of the neighbours and see if there's any interest in buying alfalfa or cutting alfalfa off if we were to plant that. Also see if it might work being able to put a cover crop in before we seed in spring, so we'll just have to figure out how that works around here. Not too familiar exactly with the seasons here yet in Ray County. Need to figure out exactly what the dates are. This is a bit of a steep hill. The combine's going to struggle to pull up here, is it? No, handles it with ease. Alright, the grain cart's going to find it interesting getting all the way over here. Beautiful scenery. It does make it a whole lot easier to be working in here when you've got views like this, or areas of the farm like this. Alright. I'm going to have to think now about what we're going to have to do to get this unloaded. So yeah, there's a few other things. The other thing I'm very quickly realising, and I had thought, I'm not going to be able to do this all on my own. I am going to need some help. So I'm putting it out to you guys. If anyone would be interested in coming along and helping out on the farm, even if it's just for a day or two, please do let me know. I can't afford to pay you, unfortunately, but I can afford to put you up for a night, give you some food and accommodation. So if there's any interest in that, drop me a note down in the comments and I might just take you up on it. Alright, and there we are, that's us full. Not too far away, I can see the grain cart actually sitting up there, so I'm just wondering whether we might be able to sneak along here against the edge of the field and come down and unload. Just unfortunate we've got that bush just there. Let's just go back a touch. There we go. That might work. Right, we'll get this auger out, although I do know it's quite a long auger, isn't it? It's probably just about going to be over the other field, is it? But hard to tell. Anyhow, we'll go and figure out what we're going to do. Let's get the grain cart down here. So the view from here down to the combine, definitely not going to fit down between the field. We are going to have to run the whole way around. So once again, some help would be very much appreciated, particularly as we're now getting into the corn. Got 3 fields here at the farm. We've got the 2 sort of that are a little bit further away to get done. Actually, maybe that's an option. I'll have to have a look and see whether the farm owns those fields or whether they're leased, because we could potentially sell a little bit of land and that might help cover some of the repayments we've got coming up, cover some of the costs of the soil sampling. I know it sounds like a bit of a backward step to reduce the amount of land we're farming, but maybe consolidation's the way to go. I'm not sure. Anyhow, let's get around and get this combine emptied out. Right, there's a bit more space just here, so I think if we just park there, we'll go and bring the combine backwards, and that should be enough. Definitely not standing here. The pipe's pretty much over the crop. I'm definitely not going to get unloaded into that. Right, jump up in here and just carefully back our way backwards until we can see where that grain cart is. Here it is. Alright, there we go. Oh, don't overshoot it. Back forwards. There we go. Right, first load of corn getting up there into the grain cart. This is going to be busy. We are going to be on our toes. Alright, there we go. That done. Let's get back up to where we were and we'll carry on. A little bit more of this field opened up. There we go, back into it, and we'll have this field up and running in no time. But I tell you what, I think with what's in front of us, I think that is going to be a great time to wrap things up. I need the help. Let me know. Come and give me a hand. Like I said, there won't be any salary, there won't be any wages, but I promise you there's some nice equipment to come and drive. There is a nice warm bed and a meal at the end of the day, possibly even a cold beverage to go with it if you're that way inclined. So let me know if you want to come along and be a helper here at Ray County. But for now, thank you all very much for watching. Hope you're enjoying the start to this series. It's a lot of fun putting it together, and particularly on this map. It is a gorgeous map. Really enjoying the scenery, really enjoying how it looks and how it feels and how it plays. So I'm looking forward to bringing you more and more episodes of it. Anyhow, thank you once again for watching, and I'll catch you in the next one. Don't you love it when you have a great idea and it seems like it might all work out? I'll fill you in when we get back to the farm. We're obviously not at ours at the moment. This is the local dairy farm, one of our neighbours, but I had to come over here and ask them a question because without their support, without their help, it's not going to work. But we need to jump in the pickup. We need to get back over to our farm because our first hired help is back over there. They're running the combine. They're carrying on that cornfield we were in, and they'll be filled very, very soon. But my idea kind of needed some quick action, and we had to come over here and ask. So I'll jump in, we'll get back over into the tractor, and I'll fill you in very soon. Well, hello everyone, welcome back to Ray County. Welcome back to our farmyard. And yes, as I said, we do have our first helper on the farm today. Thank you everyone who responded, an overwhelmingly positive response for offers of help. So to each and every one of you who dropped a message, dropped a comment and said you'd be happy to come and give us a hand, thank you very much. It was a tough decision actually just picking one of you, and I have actually taken the choice that I'll be prioritizing channel members to be used for this. Also, sorry if it was a little bit misleading, but the whole idea is not to actually have you physically or virtually come and help, but actually just use you and use your username, player name, whatever it is you want, just as a little bit of a reference to bring in a hired help, whether it's with Courseplay, Auto Drive, or just using the in-game helper. So that's what we're doing. We've got our helper here, and we'll see him soon because he's driving the combine and probably going to be very full. needing to be unloaded. But a big welcome to Randy, who is one of our channel members, has been for quite a while, and offered to come and give us a hand. So thank you, Randy. Much appreciated. Great to have you here, and great to have someone who's able to drive the combine, and we'll be able to get the grain cart up and moving. So very handy. Not sure where he is. The grain cart's around on the other side, so we're going to have to go and find that. But we might as there he is, just coming along that way. We'll actually walk down this way and see him as we go past. But well, actually, we need to have a chat to him. We'll touch base with him soon. But as for my big idea, my great idea, I think it's going to be a great idea, and certainly the farmer was pretty keen to get hold of some of our corn stalks. I thought we'll just drop in this corn out the back. It's sort of just getting flung, ending up back on the ground and not being captured. Actually, Randy had the suggestion, why aren't you capturing your corn stalks? Why don't you make some bales out of it? So I don't have a baler, but there's no harm, I guess, in dropping the corn stalks out the back into a swath out the back of the combine and at least leaving them in the field. If we can't scrounge a baler or find a baler to do anything with it, it'll just be cut down into the field when we do some tillage and work that down into the ground. So we're going to turn those on. We'll do that very soon. And we'll keep some corn stalks on the ground and see if we can find a baler, see if we can make some money out of that, selling it to the dairy farmer. But he reckoned that there'd be a big market for it. People are looking for alternatives for bedding and that for their dairy farms. So that's something we're going to explore. So let's go and find this grain cart. It's around the corner there, and we will go and make sure Randy can keep moving and we get this field done. The benefit of us doing this and him running the combine is we can deal with all the hassles of having to unload into the truck and the auger and everything back up at the yard and get some corn up into the bins. At least we moved all of that over last time, so it's all ready and set to go. So, where are we? Just about done a lap of the field. There we go. That's where the tractor is. Left it over here when we unloaded after the last load finished up last time. So, let's go find the combine. Must be close to full. And get this field moving. Corn's definitely starting to poke out the top there of the hopper. Just let him get turned around at this corner. And we'll unload along this straight edge. We've been in touch. Randy's going to turn the swath on just for the up and down rows, just so we don't have to deal with the corn stalks on the headlands. We've got quite a bit of corn to go. We've got 2 more fields here at home, plus the 2 that are a bit further away. So we're going to end up with a decent amount of corn stalks. And obviously, oh, there we go. He's full. Didn't quite get as far as I thought he might. Just make sure we're in the right position. There we go. Should be able to now carry on. And we'll get moving alongside him. Catch up with that auger. There we go, right. And this should, well, I think it's very easily going to fill us up here in the tractor, in the grain cart. Very quickly going to get to a full level. There we go. Messy's actually struggling a little bit with the weight, but we'll make do. Let's keep going. It's cruise control activated. Set to the right speed. Bump it down just a tick, and that should be matching the combine. There we go. Right. But yeah, as I was saying, we're just going to take the corn stalks off the centre of the field, not worry about it on the headlands, just so we can avoid when it becomes time to bale. There we go, that's us full. We don't have to grapple with bales around on the outside of the field and things like that. That's assuming, like I said, that we can find a baler, so that's going to be my next little challenge. Now, we've also been in touch with an agronomist about getting some soil sampling done, find out what the condition of our fields are. So they're going to come back with us with a little bit of a quote on what it's going to cost to get each and every field sampled. We've obviously got quite a bit of land here, and we don't have much money, so I'm going to have to figure out what's going to happen with that. Again, potentially the corn stalks will come in clutch for that one, but we will go and figure that one out. But one thing they did suggest was maybe considering some cover crops. Now, we've got the ear seeder in there, which hasn't actually been being used because there's obviously the issue with it. We'd have to get it repaired. But with the ear seeder, we could consider putting some cover crops, maybe some alfalfa. The dairy farmer did mention that alfalfa is a very popular feed option around this part of the world. So maybe we should get some of that planted, get a harvest off it, get a cut off it before we need to put our crops in spring. So that's another consideration to think about as well. So lots of things, lots of ideas, lots of things to consider. But let's get this all unloaded, get the first lot of corn up into our bins, and we'll keep talking about some of the other plans we might have here to try and rescue this farm. Alright, there we go. We've got the corn running out of the truck up the auger, and we're getting the last little bit emptied out in here, which is just in time because Randy's on the radio screaming out for an unload. So get that folded up, leave that running. Let's get back down into the field and get things done. But yeah, like I was saying, alfalfa is a little bit of a consideration. Maybe not in every field, but maybe some of the ones around here, maybe good regular shaped ones that might be useful for maybe cutting off some grass in the new year and making a few bales, or whatever way they think they could use the alfalfa. So that's a little bit more of an exploration. Maybe be some subsidies for some cover crops, particularly if we went actual for a true cover crop that was just put in and return some nitrogen into the ground. It could be a good cheap alternative to putting a whole lot of synthetic fertilizers on in the future. But anyhow, we are just going to crack into getting this field done and then move on to the others. I don't know how many we're going to get through today. We do have, like I said, this one plus 2 more here at the home farm. This is the smallest one, so it'd be great to get the majority of these done so we can crack into the fields down further away from the farm next time around. But yeah, let's carry on. We'll get a little bit of corn done. suppose it's not a bad problem to have, not being able to get all of the crop into the grain cart this time around. That's what, our third load out of here, so we must be over 90,000 litres of corn just off this one field, so that's promising. That is incredibly promising. We'll go and double check that, of course. It hasn't taken too long, and you can see we've got these nice swathed rows of cornstalk now that we can come through and bale. Field next door, that is where we're going to head into next. We'll probably just jump over the grass there, just work our way into that field and get it all opened up. May come down into this corner just so we're starting off in a sort of more corner central spot, but it's going to be a good one. It's a little bit bigger tree there to deal with in the middle before the next one over the other side. So yeah, things are looking up. We'll figure out what we're going to do with this corn. Obviously going to sell it, whether we try and get it dried or whether we just leave it sitting in our bins, check the moisture levels, see what sort of condition it's in. If it's in a good enough condition, then I guess we can just leave it as is. It's reasonably dry, reasonably warm, not much moisture around at the moment, so hopefully we're going to be in a good spot and it'll get a good value just for the state it is in at the moment. Anyhow, get this one unloaded, then we'll go give Randy a hand getting opened into the next field. It's another 3,500 litres there, so 93,000 or so off that field, so that's not too bad. We've got Randy set up and underway here in this field. Now this one is going to be a little bit tricky, it's quite an irregular shape, so we've actually gone for quite a number of headlands and then just some up and down rows rather than trying to split it into lands. We might change that though, I'm just trying to think, because obviously if we're only going to take the corn stalks off the centre of the field, too many headlands, it's going to mean not too many corn stalks, but once again, might be just a case of picking the best fields to do them off rather than trying to do it off every field. But let's just wait and see. We should really try and source a baler. I might get into the blower to the dealer and see what they might have available. If they know anyone around who's got a baler, we could possibly lease off them. We'll just have to figure that out. We're just going to follow along here very slowly because I don't know how far Randy's going to get before he's full. Probably not very far, depending on how the yields look out of this field. So we'll just track him along here. Hopefully there'll be some space to unload. We'll take a chance while we've got this big grass area in here to just take a little bit of corn out of the combine so we can go a bit further. But this is a huge amount of land in here that's not farmed. I wonder why that has been left like that. I know often we'll have sections of land will be left because they're water courses or just to stop some soil erosion across the field, but it's quite a bit bigger than what you might normally get from some sort of water course, waterway. You'd expect to be more like what we've got just up in here running towards the tree. So yeah, once again, I'm not quite sure what that's from. There we go, we're not going to be able to go too much further with this. We might just let Randy go off and head off around the tree, do this thing there, and maybe try and just take a little bit more corn out of the combine as he goes here along the side of the pond. But nice little spot up in here, isn't it? Beautiful country, beautiful land. Don't know when you want to leave it. Well, if it wasn't for all the rubbish in the yard, we probably could have unloaded there beside the combine, but as it is, Randy's taking the sensible approach and going to cut into the field a little bit just to give some space to manoeuvre up here beside and get unloaded. Any closer we could just about gone straight from the combine into the truck, but there we go. We'll get this emptied out and that'll get things opened up. We'll be able to carry on in this field. Going well though. Like I said, interesting shaped field. I'm looking forward to getting this one out of the way because there's quite a lot of mucking around and the ins and outs and turning. Definitely makes the headlands nice and long, that's for sure. Alright, well there we go, that is the field opened up. All the headlands, well the first headland done at least, so we can get around it much easier. Did have a chat to Randy and he agreed that 3 headlands is probably going to be okay in this field. Give us more up and down rows or lands or whatever we've got in the middle to make sure we get as much corn stalks as we can off this field. So just need to manoeuvre out of the way while he gets turned around here. So we're just about full again. It's not going to take us too long to be topped up, and we'll be able to go and get this next load unloaded and just get into it. Had a chat to the dealer. They're going to keep their ear to the ground around some balers, trying to reach out to a couple of the customers locally who might be able to help us out. They did suggest that most of the local farmers prefer round bales for bedding and things like that for the dairy farms, so I'll see if they can find us a round baler rather than a square, which I'm not too worried about. Either one's going to work as long as they can find us something that we might be able to use and might be able to use at a cheap rate. So let's just keep an eye out, near out, and see what they come through with. But once we're full, we're just going to carry on, get this field done, get some more corn into the silos. It's typical, isn't it? You drive all the way to the bottom of the field and the combine's on its way back up to the top. Should have just waited up here. Hopefully, Randy's going to get right through here. There we go. Must be very close to full, just looking at that hopper up the top. Hopefully he's going to turn to the left and do these small chunks in here. He is. Right. Once he's got round, we'll turn around and go and get unloaded. Get him unloaded. We'll get some corn in the back of the grain cart here. But things are progressing well. We can end up with a good chunk of corn stalks off this field as well, leaving us something to try and make a little bit of money off. And there we go. That will start unloading and we'll be able to carry on. And just keep on chopping out this corn, get this field all done. Well, here we go, a job pretty much done on this field. Are we going to get it all in one bit of pass? Pretty touch and go, but yeah, of course we are. Well done, Randy. Judged that to perfection. So we'll just get the rest of the combine unloaded there, another 18,500 litres. We'll have to go into a little bit of a summary tally on exactly how much corn we've ended up out of these two fields. It's going to be a decent amount. What is it going to be worth? I'm not too sure. We might have to take a little bit of a sneak peek at what the potential profit we could make off this is, and figure out, well, start making some plans financially for the farm, for the business, for what exactly we can do. So let's just go and dump this all into the back of the truck. Not sure what's going on with this auger. Walks around a lot and moves around a lot. I have to jump out all the time when we're here unloading and get back in, reposition it, get it back over the well, it's over the top of the grain cart, the grain bin, alright, but the bottom of it seems to get out of position, which doesn't work very well with the truck, so end up having to tweak things around quite a bit. But there we go. Let's have a look. Hopefully that'll work. Gonna jump in the truck now. I can hear things moving. Oh, truck's opened up automatically. Didn't even have to do anything with that. So we'll let that finish unloading, and we'll take a look at what's in the bin. There we go. We're left with just field 28 here at the farm and 4 and 6 over the other side there that we need to take care of there. And you compare them size wise. 28 is 16.5 acres and we've just harvested 15, whereas 6 is only in just under 11 and 4 is a little one at 6.5. So probably more comparable to field number 25 than it is these two bigger ones. But anyhow, let's just go and take a look. Now, time-saving stock check doesn't actually record the corn, but soybeans, potentially 33,000 or so. We sell those in July. That does mean we have to hold on to them for quite some time. But for the corn, we actually need to go in here and have a look. So we're up to 205,000 litres, almost 206,000 litres there in the bin. Now, we do have one little problem I've noticed that we're going to run into, just the way these are set up. They'll only output dried corn. There's not an option to just have normal corn put through and in there. So whether we have to get some propane and then output it as dried corn, I'm not too sure. We'll just have to figure that out. But corn potential prices there and peaks at 333. We have a look if we can find dried corn in here. It's probably under the productions. Peak at 386. So there is a little bit of a benefit to drying the corn. So we might have to look at getting some propane into there and getting that drying done. It might be beneficial to us. Although I'm just starting to wonder, we don't have too much room left in this silo. Coming back into here, what do we have left in here for corn? There's about 40,000 litres left there, and then we've got the third bin. So we've got about 280,000 litres of storage left. We've harvested 205,000. What's the combined total there? 16.5, 26, 27, 33.5 versus 9 and 15. So we've done 15 and let's say for 25 versus 33, we're going to be pretty tight on storage for the corn, which I'm not going to complain about. Is a good problem to be having here on the farm. So hopefully when we come back next time, we might have sourced ourselves a round baler, figure out what we're going to be doing with this. Again, if you're interested in coming along and giving us a hand next time, as Randy has this week, please drop a comment down in the video down below and let me know what you can do to help. Like I said at the start, I will, just because of the response, we'll be prioritising channel members to come along and give me a hand in the first instance, but don't dismay. I'm sure there will be opportunities for plenty of people to come and help out, because we still have a bit of a mammoth job ahead of us. There may even be weeks when I get 2 people to come and help. Could be tillage, planting, who knows. Could be plenty of tasks to be done at one time, and the more help I can get to do it, particularly unpaid help, thank you, maybe the quicker we get things done, or the more progress we can make here on the farm. So there we go. That's a bit of another wrap up here for Ray County Project. Thank you all very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed this episode, and I'll catch you in the next one. Come on, yeah. Oh, yeah. Got it. Whew, that was a bit of an effort, but I think that is the last hose we need to get repaired and replaced back here on the air drill, and we should be good to be able to use this to get some cover crops in over winter, once autumn kicks in, once we've got the crops all off the ground, which is the plan. I'm just waiting for our help to arrive for the day. They've had to travel quite some distance, and the flight has been a little bit delayed, so I thought I'd take the chance, get the air-seeder in here and see if we could spend a bit of time and figure out what was wrong with it and get it fixed. Basically, it was a few hoses, lost some clamps, there was a few that had some rips in them or had split, and yeah, it wasn't hard to fix, but as we're learning, the previous person here working at the farm did not have much between the ears, and really not much ambition or drive to try and do these things. So there we go. They just put it in the shed and said it was broken, and leased a quad track instead. But that's history now, and we are here, and we've got this all fixed up. So we'll be able to get those cover crops in come all our crops having been harvested. So there we go. I've also got some other plans. I'm going to try and get, because we're getting all these helpers come, I'm going to try and get a honours board put up on the wall here, just so we can keep track who's been here to help us, and sort of as a little bit of a thank you to them. So anyhow, let's go and wait. Shouldn't be too far away, and we'll be able to introduce you to who we've got helping us out today. Howdy folks, welcome back to Ray County, and as we've said, we are just carrying on here with our corn harvest. Now, workers over there, and you can't actually see them because they're behind the trees, but if we just peel around the corner here, see the combine is up and running. Today, we have Nina helping us out. She has made the trip all the way over from her sheep farm in the UK to come over and experience a little bit of US style farming here. We're running a combine. We've got some other plans for the day as well. We'll just see how those all pan out. But here we are, getting into it. So this is the last cornfield. It's actually the last field we have here on the home block that we've got to get dealt with. The one got to get harvested. The rest of the crops are the 2 cornfields which are down the road, which we have to go and get into as well. But yeah, things are progressing well. Going very, very well. And I'm looking forward to getting these crops in and out. Now, we've made a few arrangements. I'll get to that soon, because the plan is, once we've finished this field, we're going to get in here and get these corn stalks baled up. I've managed to track down a baler. Turns out the dairy farmer just down the road, guy goes by the name of FSG, has a John Deere, I think it's a 435 round baler, so we've got that from him. He didn't have any way to load the bales though, so we've been in touch with the local feed barn, and they have a telehandler and a truck, or a trailer at least, that we can put on our semi that we'll be able to pick up the bales and load them with. So that's the plan. That is what we are going to do. In exchange for using the baler, I think the dairy farmer guy, FSG, he's going to borrow our combine. He needs a corn header. He doesn't have that for the old combine he's running. So he's going to come and have a loan of our combine. We're going to swap over. I think he gets the better part of the deal, really. But needs must, right? As long as the equipment does the job. Doesn't matter whether it's new or old. So that's the plan. That is what we're going to do. Nina is going to get this field opened up. Same settings we've used previously. We're not going to capture any swath on the headlands. We'll just do it in the middle of the field which should make it easier when we come to bale. So there we go, that's us all set up and underway. Let's get into it. Well, we're making pretty steady progress just as I squeeze my way between the plough, or subsoiler, ripper, whatever you want to call it, and those pipes. But you'll notice I've still got some corn sitting up there in the truck. Well, that's because our grain bin's full. So actually, I'm just going to back this out of the way because we're going to have to move the truck, relocate the auger, put the truck back in position, and we'll be able to unload. So if we just put this here, it should give us enough space, and then we'll move the auger, get that arm pulled out of there. Enough space to do that under the truck? We should do. Right, let's get this sorted out. So there we go, we've got that all set up and moving now, which is good. Corn, you can see that coming out the top of the auger. Everything's filling up and draining all at the same time, which is perfect. So we've, what are we, probably 2/3 of the way through the field, I would think, just looking at the time we're up to. It's taken a little bit longer. There's a lot of mucking around on the headlands. There's some really awkward little sections in this field, but once we got the headlands done and onto the up and down rows, it's gone rather smoothly. So we're just going to go and carry on and get it finished. I probably won't show you any more of it. We're just going to get the corn cut and move on to some baling. I'm really keen getting these corn stalks and start getting them picked up. Well, here we go. This is it, our final pass on the home farm. Final crops that we need to get harvested for this year, which is exciting. Obviously there's the other two cornfields which aren't here. We've got to go for a bit of a drive to get to those, but a bit of a milestone for us. We turned up on these farms kind of with the owner, the investors in a bit of a panic, and I think so far we're doing all right by them. Ignore the fact there's only 8 grand in the bank account. Ignore the fact that there's huge lease or purchase costs, financing costs coming out for loans and vehicle equipment and things like those. We're going to have to figure out some ways to pay for a few things very, very soon. End of October is going to be a bit of a crunch for us. So I'm hoping we'll make a little bit of money off the corn stalks as well. Plan is I was going to try and sell some to FSG, to the dairy farmer, but as it's turned out, actually, because he's got his own corn, while he said it's a good idea initially and said there'll be people around who will buy it, he doesn't actually want any. So the deal we've brokered with the feedlot to borrow their trailer and telehandler is that they're going to buy all of the bales off us at a slightly reduced cost. About 10-15% I think we agreed below market value. So we'll just have to go through and figure all that out. But there we go. That's us empty, I think. Is that? Yeah, that's all the corn there from Nina. She'll just get to the end of wherever it is she's heading and call things. There we go. Job done, and get everything folded up. So we'll get her to bring the combine back up to the yard and we'll park it up there. Then I think we need to take the semi over to pick up the bale trailer, and we need to take the John Deere, the little John Deere, over to the dairy farm to pick up the baler, and then we'll be back over here and start baling some corn stalks. Looking forward to it. Alright, there we go. Get this put out of the way now. We're still going to need this obviously when we head over the way, so we'll just come and park it up here. We're not going to need this tractor for a wee while longer, but before we go any further, we need to go and turn the truck away. Actually, we don't need to turn the truck off. We need to get the truck all set up and ready to go. We need to get that trailer taken off. In fact, I guess we can leave it just there. We're going to need it for the other crops, although actually we're going to have to take the truck down, so we'll not leave it there. That truck's going to have to come down. But look, we've got 97,000 litres in this bin. This one's full up, 243,000 litres. So we've pretty much got, what's that, 340,000 litres of corn, and capacity for about, what, 146,000 litres. So it'll be interesting to see what we get off the other field. I was keeping a running tally on what we've got so far. So let's just do some quick maths, but we basically had 205,000 litres off the other two fields, which must leave us with, what's that, the 97 and about 40,000, so 130 or so thousand off that field. It's not bad. Not bad at all. Right, let's get everything sorted out here, and then we'll be up in a minute with the combine. She'll be over here, and let's go and start doing some baling. Alright, well there we go, that's everything sorted. Nina's brought the combine back up. It's sitting up there ready to go over to the dairy farm for FSG to help him with his harvest. And we've got the tractor out now. I'm going to jump actually into the 7810 with Nina. We're going to head over to the dairy farm together. I'm going to help her get the baler all hooked up and things like that. And then she's going to come back and start doing some baling. Probably we might just start off in this field here right behind the yard. Might be the easiest one to get into to start with. And then when I come back with her, and I'll grab the truck and we'll go pick up the trailer and the telehandler. So jump up into here and get on our way. It's a bit funny to say this is actually the first time I've driven this tractor. A little bit funny, but we haven't been here for too long. Just been busy using some of the other equipment. In fact, haven't used the Ford yet either. Looking forward to getting into that. Just as we're driving though, one of the other things, I know we're talking about money all the time and how we're going to cover our costs and that. I think our expenses are about $60,000 a month. So we're just really going to have to make some decisions on where we find another $50,000, $55,000 at the end of October, whether it's selling some crops early. We'll see how much we get off these corn stalks. I suppose they could be a little bit of a saving grace, and maybe less than the amount we have to get, but I'm really starting to think we can get the corn taken off these two fields that are over this way. They might be the best thing to get rid of. I know some people have suggested don't sell land because one, it takes a long time to get it back, but I think we need to be realistic about what's going to happen if we don't do that. But just the other thing, I've got a price to get soil sampling done on all the fields back at the home block. Right, here we are. This is the dairy farm entrance now. You see the baler's just behind the second shed. Go past the diesel Bowser, the diesel tank, and it should be tucked around the back there. He's headed out not that long ago, so just head on around this way. Just tucked in here somewhere, is it? Oh yeah, there it is. It's next to the old gleaner. It hasn't been used for a while, has it? Tractors in there and everything. What a mess that is. Right, we'll get this backed in here and hooked up. There we go, easy as. It looks like all the hoses are all connected. So let's run on over back to the farm and we'll go and see what we can do. But as I was saying, just before we got here, I've got some pricing for the soil sampling to get some testing done on all our ground back at the main yard, and it's come in at about $37,000. So that's another expense I would have liked to have had sorted out before winter, but maybe, I know it's a bit of a necessity, but maybe it's just something we're going to have to wait for and do after winter. I don't know. Right, cargo. Right, let's get back on, get Nina set up and going, and we'll go and find this trailer and telehandler. Alright, here we go. First few corn stalks getting picked up. Let's have a look over our shoulder there. Look at that, there we go. Little wheels flicking them in, making sure we're picking up as much as we can. Corn stalks going up there into the baler, and bales are being made, which is fantastic. Now, we've set the baler to make 180 centimetre bales. I figured the bigger the bales, the less handling there is to do, so that was going to be the best solution there for that. So I think looks like everything's going to work out just perfectly here, so we're going to leave Nina to carry on with the baling. We're going to head on up, grab the truck and go and find the trailer, get the telehandler, get over here so we can start loading them out. I think we carry on straight down here. It's going to take us down towards the co-op, and I've left the trailer around behind the co-op somewhere for us, so we're just going to make our way down here. Still learning my way around the district, being new to the area. Haven't really ventured out of the farm too much, but I think if we just take a left up in this way, should be the entry up in here into the co-op, and it was, I think they said around behind one of the sheds. Not sure which shed it was at all. There, hang on, it looks like a trailer down that way. Let's see if we can spot it down there. So lots of different weigh bridges and samplers and things like that. It's anhydrous. Maybe that's something we could look at doing in the future. But anyhow, there we go. Here is our trailer. It's like a Pitts trailer with a John Deere telehandler on the back there. Bale fork as well. Right, perfect. Get ourselves turned around down here. Quite a bit going on down this part of the co-op, isn't there? Lots of different spaces and places. Right, let's get this trailer hooked up on the back of the truck, and we'll get back and get started with some loading. I think the way we were getting the corn stalks picked up there when we left Nina, it's not going to take long to get quite a few bales into that field. Alright, there we go. Let's roll out. Perfect size trailer, I think, for the farm as well. It's going to be good. Alright, well that's us back. Now we're just going to try and sneak out here into the field and see how Nina's getting on. Can't see her right at the moment. See, she's down the bottom. There we go. Can see the baler down the bottom end of the field. Now I think, what are we going to be doing best? I know she started down there. I wonder if we can park up down near the tree. Might be a good spot to park the trailer, get this all unloaded, and then also be a good spot to bring the bales to. We don't have someone to drive the truck around, so we're going to have to be kind of central. Somewhere we can start driving to. But gosh, yeah, there's already half a dozen bales down there. Is there 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? My goodness. Alright, well, I think, not very level just there. Might be able to make that work. Right, let's get ourselves unloaded, get this telehandler off the back, and we'll see how we go. Pretty dark tinted windows I've got in here. Right, that's us the arm up enough. Just carefully maneuver our way across here. Just about on the downward slope. There we go. Alright, bounce our way off there. Now, let's just have a look around. We'll get those ramps folded back up because we are putting the bales up there on the trailer. There's Nina right up the front. Hopefully we're not on the way. No, she's got enough space to maneuver around there. Right, let's get these ramps folded back up. Let's go and find about getting some bales. Well, they're coming out thick and fast. Thank goodness we went for the biggest sizes. Alright, let's just start off with one. I'm not sure if we're going to be able to pick up two, but first bale just here. Get ourselves hopefully square onto it. Be able to pick it up. Those spikes driven right in. Right, let's go and have a look. Hopefully, with the little ramp that's on the front of the trailer, we can use that as a little bit of a buffer. Get these stacked up on here. Let's have a look. Right, not quite in the right position for that one. Move over just a touch. Now, pull that in. a telehandler. We should be able to do it all from one side. Figure out my controls. There we go. That gets that out. That down. And that's about right. There we go. That's not going anywhere yet. Alright, well, that's going to work. Let's set about it. Let's go and get some bales loaded up. Let's see if we can keep up with Nina or not. I'm doubting whether we're going to be able to with the rate those bales are coming out the back. Well, there we go. That's the first field cleared. Surprisingly, managed to get all but these two bales up onto the trailer, which I'm kind of impressed with. But we'll just have a quick tally up because I haven't even counted exactly what we've got on there. I'm hoping those 4 on the top of the front aren't too high, but we've got, what, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14 across the bottom, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 across the top. So what's that, 26 bales? And they're 8,000 litres each. Yeah, that's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting. I haven't even looked at time-saving stock check at the shop or anything like that to see what bales are worth. So it's going to be interesting. Right, we're just going to park this up here. As you see, Nina is all done with the first field. We'll send her off to go and do one of the other ones in just a second. And we're going to go get this sold, see what it's worth. Well, here we go. It would have been a nicer load if the bales didn't move around on their own once I'd had them strapped on and things like that, but I'm pretty happy with that all in all. I'm feeling mildly optimistic that we might have a little bit of a gold mine here. 208,000 litres of corn stalks. Must be worth something. Remember, we are paying 10% of whatever we earn off this back to the sell point, back to the co-op, because they have loaned us the trailer and the telehandler. So if we make 20 grand, we'll have to give them 2 grand. If we make 40 grand, we'll have to give them 4 grand. If we make $1,000, it's going to cost us $100. So I figured that was the fairest way to figure it out on a per bale basis. But anyhow, get back down to where we picked the trailer up from. I think the sell point, there's only one down there. It's the same one where you sell all your grain and everything like that. So get these unloaded. So here we are, moment of truth. Let's find out how much money we're going to make off of these bales. Now, it took me a wee while to figure it out. We don't actually sell the bales down there at the trigger. You can see I've got the triggers turned on. There's a bale sell point just up here around the corner. So I'm going to try and get ourselves into the trigger so we can unload them all in one go and see exactly what sort of profit we will make off one trailer load. We will need to unstrap them, so let's just see whether we're in a close enough spot there. Let's just see if we're in the trigger or not. So $7,213. Get those unstrapped, all but one, and wow, we've only made just over 5 grand on those. Rats. Well, that's 5 grand more than we had before we started, but certainly not the profit I had been hoping for. Well, we'll take the money. Like I said, it's more than we had. About $190, $195 per bale. Okay. Oh well, it's money, right? It's income. It's the first income we've actually made for the farm, which is a little bit of a milestone for us. It's kind of exciting, isn't it? Let's celebrate the wins and not look at it as a loss. Anyhow, Nina's carried on baling. She'll probably have most of the field done by the time we get back. So get ourselves back down to the farm, and we're just going to carry on getting some more bales loaded up. Hopefully, I mean, if we can get 3 loads out, that's going to be 15 grand, and that's better than nothing, right? Let's go back and see what we end up with. Right, so here we are back at the field, and Nina's making good progress, as you would expect. Still a few rows left in here, and a whole lot more bales. What's that, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, maybe 8 in here already, which is good. We might just go down if we park up sort of just next to these bales here, actually. That's probably not going to be a bad spot. It's nice and level and pretty central in the field. Stop about there. Right, we'll leave her to carry on, and we're going to go grab the telehandler, get back down here and carry on loading. Alright, a couple of bales that we already had from the other field. We get these ones put up here first, and positioned about in the centre. Let's have a look there. Right, that looks pretty good. Dump those both down there and get them unhooked off the prongs, and there we go. That's us back into it. So we'll grab these few bales. We'll just get them loaded up. Hopefully we end up with a truckload out of this one, and maybe a truckload and a bit out of the last field. Of course, the last one that we've harvested earlier today, that is our biggest field, so should hopefully give us a fair few cornstalk bales off it. Let's see anyhow. Let's just carry on, get these all loaded up, and we'll get the fields all finished off. Well, there we go. We've got 2 more bales left here, and we're going to have a full truckload. So if we hadn't brought the 2 bales from the other field down here, we would have got an exactly full load out of this field. But that's not to worry. We'll take those 2 with us and go and start in the next one. Nina's obviously all finished up here, and obviously we are just about to. A few little frustrations you might have seen there in the time lapse, depending how much of that I had left in. Some of these bales just wanted to go walkabouts and ended up trying to work their way right down into the middle of the stack. So frustratingly, it ends up messier once I'm finished than what it was as I was going and stacking, but it's not too bad. Alright, I'll just get a strap up over that one, strap up over that one, I think. No strap there on the ramp, so I think that's us pretty much done. So we're going to grab these couple of bales. We'll get on our way down. Oh, there's another one there. Okay. We've actually got 3 bales. Right, well, maybe we'll bring the truck back over. Nah, it's not worth it. We'll run the telehandler up with a couple and maybe even see if we can stack 3 up and get them back that way. Alright, let's see if we put this one up on top of these two, will it stay in one spot, or is it going to push them apart? It surprised me with the way the bales are behaving if it does try and push them apart. But let's have a quick look. Drop that on top of there. No, I've stayed stacked up. Right, we should then be able to come in like this. There we go. And carry 3 at a time. Perfect. I was going to do that a little bit earlier, but realised we had 4 bales up this top end. Okay, well, let's get these over to the yard, and we'll get Nina moved down. She's going to head on into that last field, the one we harvested first, and then we'll go and get this next load sold, get another 5 grand into the bank account. Like, I'm happy when money's coming in. That is the main thing. And knowing that the next field's the biggest, and we've just taken a truckload off both of these fields, I reckon 1.5 truckloads is definitely doable. Whether we can stretch it to 2, I'm not quite sure. So here we go, we've got Nina set up and baling again in that 3rd field, so we'll head on down and get this lot sold. Exactly the same amount of bales we had last time, so we should get exactly the same result, about 5.5 or so grand, but we'll get down there and just see what it is. Alright, here we go, get those all unstrapped, all but 2 sold. We've ended up at $17,765 from $12,200, so pretty much bang on. $5,500 per load, so it's money, right? That is the key thing. It's exactly what I said as we drove out of here last time, so put a smile on the face. Right, last field, let's go and get it done. Well, there we go, another load all strapped down. I took my time with that one, and it's actually looking a little bit neater, which is nice. Right, let's jump up into the truck, and we'll go and get this one sold next. Now, just as we head out, and we did have to dart over to the shop as well and pick up a little bit more bale wrap, a bit more net for the baler there, which wasn't ideal, cost us $1,200, so we'll see if we can sell it back to FSG, although, I mean, the fact that we borrowed his tractor from him, or his bale wrapper from him, sorry, his baler, from him, and he gave it to us with it's full of net wrap, we should probably give it back to him in that same state as well, but anyhow, we'll worry about that later. Let's go down and get these ones sold. And here we go. Get these ones unloaded and almost all sold. It's a little bit hard getting them right in, but another 5.5 grand. What are we going to end up on? Put those ones in. There we go. $21,500. Right. Won't quite be a full load back there, I don't think, but we'll head back and get it loaded up and see what's left. Half a load? I'll take that. Well, it looks like Nina's finished. We've got 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 bales. 15 bales in. I'm just saying she's finished, but she's got one more pass to go. So maybe we'll end up with 16 bales. So we're not too bad. Right, let's park that up there. We'll go and get this unloaded, or loaded up, sorry, and get these last lots sold. Well, there we are, we've got everything loaded up. There is one bale just left here in the baler, or a part bale. I can't remember if I've got unload part bales installed as a mod or not, so we will find out in just a second. We can dump this off here or not. We could fill up with some net just as we go past 2. We've put that up on the back of the truck. Let's just have a look. Here we go, we do. There we go. We'll unload that one there, and get that loaded up in just a second. We'll go get this parked up over in the yard, because we're going to have to factor in the fact we've still got 2 more fields of corn to bale, or to harvest at least. I say bale, but we want to harvest them first. So there's still some more corn stalks that we could look to collect off as well. It's not a huge money maker. It's not the money maker I was hoping it might be right at the start. We were talking 40,000, big money. Probably a bit more realistic, the money we have got out of it, than what we what I was thinking. But you can't blame me for dreaming, can you? Right, I'm just going to cut across the farmyard, or the back of the house yard there, and we're going to put the baler and tractor, just park it up in here, and we'll go and get the truck. Nina's going to come for a ride down to the sell point with us, so we'll go grab the truck. She's sitting over there waiting, and we'll go and get these ones sold, see how much we can make. Well, here we are, last load, lights on because it is starting to get a bit dark, and we'll get that one unloaded, and there we go. What's that? About 4 grand in there. So we've got $25,300. We started off on about 6, so not quite 20 grand made, but close to, which is fantastic. I'm pretty stoked to walk away with that. Actually looks like we just managed to sell our bale wrap too, did we? Is that taken up by the selling, I think? Whoops. We didn't really want to get rid of that. Oh well, we'll sort something out there for that. That was a little bit unexpected. But there we go. That is us all done. Like I said, it's starting to get dark here. Lights fading, and we've pretty much finished everything up at the main farmyard now. Next task is going to be to come down, and I'm pretty sure harvest this field in here. One on our left, and the one over next to it. Those are our 2 fields we have down here. So, whoa, lights really just got turned out then. These are our 2 fields, so we'll be down here harvesting these next time with someone else giving us a hand. But firstly, huge thank you to Nina. Pleasure having you on the farm. Thanks for making the trip all the way over from the UK to help us out. It's very much appreciated. And to everyone else, thank you all very much for watching. Keep dropping those comments, offering to help. I'm looking forward to welcoming as many of you onto the farm as I can over the next few episodes. But as always, thank you all very much for watching. I hope you've enjoyed this episode, and we'll catch you in the next one. Last nail into the corner there. And there we go. That is, step back and admire our work, that is our farm sign, or our farm map up here in the shed. Something we can use to keep track of the fields, what's in each field, what we need to do, how much crop there is in each of the bins. So pretty excited to finally have this up. Hello everyone. Good to see you back here. It's nice to have your company once again in Ray County. And then up the top, you can see the helpers who've kept the farm running. I've cheekily put hired help, but we haven't really hired them, have we? We gave them the bed, gave them some food, but we had Randy and Nina who've been to help us all out already. So pretty excited to finally have these up. It's been a bit of a work in progress for some time. Obviously, haven't got the other 2 fields that are off on down the road. They just wouldn't fit on here, but we've got the important ones here, and you can see got the crops that were in it this year. We need to get those erased to get the crops that we're going to be putting in next year. But we'll have a chat about that in just a little bit. Yes, good morning. Welcome to another beautiful day here in Paradise, or Ray County, depending what you want to call it. I'm starting to really get used to being around here, getting more comfortable, getting more familiar with the farm and what there is to do, and trying to figure out how we're going to get ourselves out of the way. Now, we've got a little bit of a different day lined up today. We can't get our last 2 cornfields harvested. The combine is down at the dairy farm. We said we'd loan it to the dairy farmer in exchange for the baler, so he has got that, and he's getting his corn done. So until he's finished, we're kind of stuck here having to do something else, which isn't a bad thing, because now we've got the air seeder all fixed and up and running. We can actually look to get some wheat into a couple of fields. So actually just come back over here to our farm sign, or the farm map. So 25 and 27 to the cornfields. I'm thinking we might put some wheat in there. And then the other 3 fields, 26, 28 and 29, they'll be our corn and soybean fields. Probably corn in the front 2 fields, 26 and 29 where the beans were. And then we might go to soybeans back down in 28. We don't have to worry about those though, because we can't plant them until spring. But of course we can get some wheat in, so it's in over winter. So that's our priority, 25 and 27. Maybe some, like I said, some cover crops going in the other 3 just to tide us across winter. Maybe even put some grass in that we might be able to get a mow off before we need to be planting in the spring as well. So that's the plan. That is what we are going to tackle. Now, the beautiful thing about doing it that way is I've got the agronomist coming in soon. They're going to be sampling 25 and 27, getting all that off to the lab and getting it tested pretty quickly. So I'm going to have to pay for those. But that's not the whole cost of whatever it was, 37 grand to do all the fields. I think it's about 14 or something. So we can cover that with the money we made off the corn bales. So that is the plan there. The other 3 fields we don't have to worry about until spring. So hopefully we can get some money from some crops, get some products sold over winter, and get those fields all sampled across in spring. So that's kind of the plan. I'm hoping actually the only thing we have to do is a little bit of lime and get the pH balance and everything like that up to the right level for the crops we're putting in. So that's the plan. We're going to have our helper arriving very, very soon. But in the meantime, a little bit of tidying up to do around the yard. I want to get the Massey Ferguson off the Auger wagon, although we are going to have to use that potentially to go and apply some lime, which isn't ideal, but we don't really have any other way to haul some lime, and we've got to go all the way down to the co-op, so maybe be able to pull it behind the John Deere. But we're going to get the Massey on some tillage, going to get the Ford out as well. The first time we've used the Ford properly, get that moving on some tillage as well. So that's the plan. I'm going to go sort a few things out, and hopefully by the time I've done that, our helper is going to be here for the day. Tell you what is nice to see this Ford out in the sunlight as well. We've got the landau on the back. That is going to have to be what our worker is going to be running. He's not too far away, but there, we don't have a 3-point hitch on the back of the Ford. The only way we could use the ripper heel, the subsoiler, was on the back of the Massey. So I was looking around and thinking for a moment we weren't going to be able to use it at all, but there is the 3-point there on the back of that. So that's going to be our task, mainly out in this field actually. There's a bit of space I think over down by the pond, and we sort of noticed it when we were harvesting. I don't think the field over in the back corner has too much space, but there might be a little bit up here in the front. So I don't think we're going to be able to squeeze out too much extra ground, but if we can find a few more square meters that's not being farmed and get some crop in it, then there's every chance we'll be able to make a little bit of money off it. Now you also notice our money has dropped down because we have had the agronomist out here and the soil sampling has been done. So we'll just take a quick look at that. So there you go, you can see that pH level. This is the area I was talking about down in here. We might look at expanding into a little bit. So we won't have any soil data on that, but we've got it across most of it. And we've got some pretty low scores, a little bit up there, close to perfect, but we want to be closer up here around the 6.5, 6.75, even the 7 to have a good pH level. As for everything else, well, as you'd expect, nitrogen's pretty low. You can see some yield information across there. That's come from our harvesting we've already done, and obviously no seed data, but there you go, you can see our different soil types. So it's got a bit of a low point through there, is it? A couple of low points coming down that way, low point coming down through there, and getting up into the higher points where you get more of the loams. So very creative soil map that we do have here. So there you go. Shows the pH level needs to be up at 6.5. So we do need to bolster that just a little bit. But I think I can hear a vehicle, which does mean our helper is here. So we're straight here into the tractor with our helper. And today I'd like to say a huge thank you to Floyd, who has insisted on giving us a hand to the point he had to come all the way from New Zealand and drag his dad along for the ride. Well, I think his dad was kind of a prerequisite for coming here. But do you know the craziest part? He's already got a hat on from the dealer downtown. Now that does not surprise me, because if there is one person that I've met who is able to talk their way into a free hat, it would be Floyd. So welcome along, buddy. Great to have your help here on the farm. I'm a little bit envious because you're getting to drive the Ford before me. I was really hoping to get into this one today, but it's going to be your job to get this field here all ripped up and tilled, ready to get some lime put on it, and then hopefully get some wheat planted. So have fun. I'm going to set you off on your way, and we'll catch up with you soon. Come and say hi, see how you're doing. There we go, Floyd is off and into it. We've set him up here. He's going to start working in the centre of the field first, which makes the most sense, and then run around the headlands once he is all done. But yeah, done a pretty decent job already. Look at that. Stubble's all chopped up really well. That's looking really nice. That's going to be a very good seed bed for us to put our crop straight into, get our wheat planted into. But yeah, we're going to leave him there running. He should skip some rows, go over one way, come back, get the rest done. But we need to go jump into the Massey and we'll go and find how much extra ground we can add into these other fields. So I think there's a little bit of ground in front of us that we'd add into that soybean field. Don't need that for the farmhouse or anything like that, but we're just going to head down this way. Head on down past the tree and we'll see what we can do. I don't want to get too carried away, too excessive, but if we can get a couple of passes in there, just make the most of it. I think that would be a good place to start. Kind of wondering about cutting in here around the tree, but I think we might just leave that in there. But as you can see, a little bit of space in around here, so let's just see if we can tidy this this field shape up a little bit. It should make it more efficient for harvesting too. We have a much nicer field edge. We'll just lie that down there. Get straight into it. Ripping down into this way. Over and towards the trees. See the field actually comes right up into here against the trees, so I can't see any reason why we'd leave this bit like that. So let's get it all ploughed up and ripped up, and then when Floyd comes through into this field before we seed it, we'll be able to get this one prepped as well. Give ourselves a nice seed bed. Here we go. Perfect. It's going to be a decent addition to the field. Just looking around, just scanning, I can't see anywhere else that we're going to be able to add into, so decent bit of land in here though, decent amount of area that we'll be adding in, so a few bushels extra when it comes harvest time. Be worth the effort of getting this ripped up and made into some arable farmland. You know what, the more I looked at it, the more I thought we can go a little bit further in here, steal a little more ground into the field, just really make it as big as we can without being excessive. I think that still gets us a decent border to the trees. Maybe one more little cut in here. Yeah, let's have a go. Just starting to get a little bit steep, so I'm just mindful that we don't want to open ourselves up to too much soil erosion. We get a big storm, big winter storm or something coming through here. I don't want to have all our crop washed away, so I think we'll make that do. It's a pretty good start. And the other thing I did, just looking across here, hardly worth it, but there's a bit of grass around this tree. Just going to change the shape here on this little bit. See Floyd making good progress over there in the distance, peeking through the fog. It's a bit of a pea super day today. There we go. Let's keep on going. Let's get into a lower gear. Struggling a little bit. Must be right on the horsepower limit for this tractor, I would imagine. So there we go. I think we'll call that quits for now on that field. So next task. Just going to get this lowered down, or unhooked just here. There we go. I'm going to hook the grain cart up. As I said earlier, we've only just taken it off, but this is going to be our way. We can get some lime from the co-op and start getting some spread on the fields. We'll head on down and go and see how much we can get, see how much we can afford. Might be the bigger issue. Well, they've directed me down in this way. Apparently, there's an auger here. Hopefully we can fit in underneath it. Feels a bit close, but so far seems to be alright. Now, if we stop about there, I think they're going to fill us up with some lime. And there you go, you can just see it through the sight glass on the front of the auger wagon, getting some lime in there, filling up. It's not costing us too much either, which is pretty handy. We're about a third full. Might cost us, I don't know, $1,000. Not going to be too bad actually, considering how much we're going to be buying here. 30,000 litres, we might as well fill it up. Might as well fill it up, use the money while we've got it. Do have to remember we need to buy some seed yet, and potentially some fertiliser too for getting those wheat fields planted. But let's just see. I don't even know how much we're going to need for these fields, but we might as well top it up. Take a full load back down. We can always dump it off in one of the sheds if we need to. $540, 30,000 litres of lime. That's mildly affordable. Not going to complain about that, that's for sure. Right, well, that's that done, and let's get ourselves back down to the farm. Gosh, this tractor's getting filthy. She's put some hours on it in the last month or so with the harvest and everything like that, so we're going to have to figure out a way to get it clean too. Pressure washer. Might have to try and track one down. Now, I reckon the best thing we can do with this is take it all the way over to the field. We're going to grab the John Deere and the spreader. Got that all hooked up as well. That's all ready to go. You might just catch a glimpse of it there as we go past it in the shed. I reckon instead of running back and forth between here and the field to fill up the spreader every time, let's take this all the way over there. And then we can just load up on the edge of the field. Make things much easier, much quicker. At the same time, we'll be able to see what sort of progress Floyd's made. If he's still battling through the middle, which I expect he probably is, we might even start applying some lime on that field next door, and then we can come back. Or, no, looks like he's actually started his headland passes already. My goodness, he's not messing around. A few spots he's missed, which we might have to go and tidy up once he's finished, but I'm not going to complain at all about the speed at which he's doing this now. Probably don't want to be parking the tractor on an angle like that if we're wanting to park in spreader and underneath that auger. Right, there we go. Let's leave that there. Where on the field he is. Down the far end somewhere, through the fog. There we go. I can just make the silhouette of the tractor out over on the edge of the field there. Right. Well, that's good progress. I'm really happy with that. He'll be able to jump into that next field, get started on that really quickly. We'll go and get the spreader. I reckon this spreader might be one of the few pieces of equipment I've come across on this farm which is the perfect size for the size of the farm. Everything else has almost been too big for the amount of fields we've got. Anyhow, let's see. Go and park under there. There we go. That's going to fill up straight out of the auger wagon. which is perfect. We've got all of that done. Now we've got automatic application rate. This is quite a smart little spreader. It's got some clever little bits and pieces in there which help us spread things to the optimum rate. Now we're going to set up our GPS and we'll go and get started. Lined up on a row, get this turned on. There we go. Spreading some lime. Going down not too fast, but reasonably fast. Which isn't too bad, I think. Like I said, we got plenty. What can this take? 4,000 litres, so I'm going to be able to fill up 7-ish times out of that auger wagon. So if we can get sort of this field done in 3 loads, I'll be pretty happy. Then should be able to get that field done without having to top up again. Perfect. Look at this seedbed. Ooh, this is the best looking field I've seen on the farm so far, and it doesn't even have a crop in it yet. Train off in the distance. What a beautiful day to be farming. Right, I'm just going to crack into this. We are going to get this lime spreading done. We'll have to come through and just tidy out these couple of little bits Floyd missed. Must have been lifting his tool up a bit earlier. Lowering it down a bit late. One or the other. Anyhow, we'll make sure we don't have that same issue on the next field. But there we go. Let's get into it. Jump into a little bit of a time lapse and we'll see when we're done. We are comfortably going to get this field done with only, well, not even 2.5 full spreader loads. What are we down to? 3/4 of this tank, so we're pretty much done. I do need to shoot just across the end of the field here, the headlands. I set it up for 1 headland pass and probably should have done 2, or just been a little bit more ruthless with turning off a little bit later and turning and things like that. But we'll get these little bits filled in. Probably won't make a huge impact on yield, but perfectionist in me wants to see this done, so here we go. Just a little bit here, and that's that done. Right, what are we, 70% left? Yeah, we should have more than enough in the other field, in the hopper, sorry, to get this other field done. Taking a little bit longer for Floyd to get through that field. It's a little bit bigger and a little bit more awkward to spread. Obviously some weird visual glitch going on with the spreader too, because as you can see, we're filling up with lime and the lime fill plane is not visible at all, so not sure what's going on there. Anyhow, let's get this part back up here at the yard. We're just going to hold fire on starting that. I may even, now that we've got this all done, I may even leave that for Floyd to do and get the spreading done, and we can carry on with the seeding. That could be a good way to tackle things here and keep things moving. Of course, we've got the field roller here too, so we can run over the wheat with that once we're done. But look at that. Beautiful, beautiful looking field. Right, let's drop that just there. Now, we need to go and get some seed, and I've been trying to think about how we're going to best do this. What I reckon we might do, we might drop this air seeder off the back, pull the toolbar out, and then actually run the air seeder down like that, just the grain cart, or what would you call it? Air seeder cart? Seed cart? Fertilizer cart? Whatever you want to call it. run this down to the co-op like this and actually get it filled up down there and bring it back that way. Use it as a little pseudo hauling device as well. Might be the best option. Anyhow, let's go and get things pulled out, sorted out, and see what we can do. What do you reckon? Pull this down behind the pickup? Looks like it's going to work out okay. Take it a little bit easy, but this will be much quicker than running down with a truck, with a trailer. This will be much quicker than running it down behind a tractor. So let's just see how we go. We'll get on down to the co-op and get some seed and fertilizer purchased. Down here at the co-op, and of course we ran into a little bit of an issue. I was thinking we could fill up with the overhead spout there, but of course we've got the auger on the side, which isn't actually possible to fill up there. So let's head on this side. This is the lime and fertilizer. If we come over here to the door, be sure, press the right button, we can actually purchase bulk pallets or bags of fertilizer there. So, what are we going to have to get? We'll just go for 2 to start with. Just mindful of our money. We've still got to go and get the seed, which is over another one. And very conveniently, we have a forklift here we can use. So, around 2 bags. There, big bags over that side. Right, we'll go and pick those up, get those put in, and then we'll go and find some seed. We've got both bags picked up here with the forklift. Nice having a big heavy duty one. Now just get that lifted up high enough that it goes over top of the auger there, and there we go. That should be running up there into the top, into the seeder. Excellent. We'll see how far we get. We did only buy the 2 bags, so we've only got 2,000 litres of fertiliser. Hoping that might be enough. Let's just have a look there. That's 1. That's way out of it. There we go. That's 2. Being pretty full actually. Might have just about got the right amount. Here we go. Good thing we didn't buy 3. Okay, so that is the fertilizer taken care of. We'll get this folded up and then we're going to head over to the seed building. Go and see if we can get some seed as well. So over here in the seed shed, and we can do exactly the same as we just did with the fertilizer. We'll just go for the 2. Buy both of those. Them all picked up. Where have they gone and appeared? There we go. Right, another forklift here for getting those loaded up as well. Now there is a bulk load point we could have used if we had something we wanted to bulk load, but obviously we don't. So here we go. A bit quieter here with this one. It's electric. We'll only be able to pick up one of these boxes at a time, but that is all we should need. You can actually buy seed by the individual bag here too. You don't have to buy a big tote like we are. Can choose to just get a couple of bags. Let's go and have a look here. Get this backed out. Hopefully exactly the same deal. Get it up over the base of the auger there, and it will start loading into the seed tank. Here we go. Perfect. Alright, there we go. All the ingredients we need to get some wheat into the field. And there we go, wheat and fertilizer in the seed tanks and fertilizer tanks, and ready now to start getting some seeding done. Looking forward to getting some crops back into the ground rather than talking about the ones we need to take out. It's expensive though, look at that, we're down to $3,000 in the account, and we've got a loan payment coming up at the end of this month, which is going to be a very interesting phone conversation with the bank and with all the lenders. We do, however, still have this corn standing here on these 2 fields we need to come down and harvest, so perhaps we can leverage the value of crops we have sitting in the tanks to kind of defer some payments. We'll just have to wait and see whether we're going to be able to claim that sort of flexibility from the bank, or whether we've used up all our get out of jail free passes. Guess we will find out very soon. Would you look at that? Looks like Floyd only has 1 more lap to go on the field and he's going to be finished. We'll just unhook that cart there and we can back ourselves up and get that hooked up, which means he's probably going to be able to jump into the spreader and do this field for us, which will also mean we can grab the Ford off the VT that he's running and use that to seed with, which will be exciting because I haven't used the Ford yet and I want to. I've been spending a lot of time with that Massey. It'd be great to have a run in the Ford, but there we go. Everything's looking very nice. Great looking seed bed here. This is going to go well for getting us some decent crops. That's Floyd off with the spreading to do now. This field's all finished with the cultivating. We had the spreader ready for him to go, so just straight out of one tractor and into the other, which again Does mean we get to take this and do some seeding with it. I was having a think though. In not too much time, we have managed to get both these fields tilled. It's the morning, but we've hardly been going for that long at all. Yet we've got a second vertical tillage machine sitting over here. This Landau seems to have done a pretty fine job so far. So I wonder, I think it's a Summers bar, is it Summer? Yeah, Summers disc there, whether we need to actually get rid of it. Maybe we don't need them both. Well, not maybe we don't need them both, we definitely don't need them both. So that could be something we look at doing to get a little bit more cash in and try and cover some of our expenses over the next wee while. The dealer didn't say we weren't allowed to sell any more items, they just didn't want us to sell or try and return any of the stuff that had been purchased on finance terms. So we'll give that some thought, see what we might be able to get for it. Might give them a call and see if see what it's worth. Be a good time actually too, because there'll be a whole lot of people getting in and making a start on some tillage as harvest finishes. So could be a good time to get rid of it. Anyhow, let's get this all going now. I'm excited to get in and get some crops in the ground. Step one, we'll get the toolbar unfolded, ready to go. We've got the right seed selected, put these wings down, and then we'll be able to get things turned on. Get underway. There we go. Is that done? Alright, let's engage the air cart. You can hear everything spool up. Start to hear some seed going through all the pipes. Next up, we'll get this lowered down. Engage our guidance. And we're off. Here we go, look at that. Crop into the field. Getting some wheat planted here for us for winter. It's going to be fantastic. Happy days. Alright, we'll ignore everything else that's going on. We will celebrate this small milestone. So far, so good. Everything's running smoothly. We're not going through seed and fertilizer too quickly, which was a little bit of my worry that we were going to have to go and buy some more. And as you can see, we really can't afford to do that. So, yeah, pleased that we're able to just get in here and get started on some seeding. So, with that said, let's just crack into it, carry on, and we'll catch up with you once we're a bit further through, maybe even once we finish this field. Well, this hasn't all gone according to plan. We've got wheat in the field, and that is perfect, but we ran out of solid fertiliser a long time ago. I think we hadn't got much more done than the headlands, which kind of surprised me, actually. So we've carried on. I made the decision that, one, we really couldn't afford at this stage to buy extra fertiliser, and two, that we'd be able to apply some later, if and when we need some. I mean, we will need some. We want to maximise our yields, but yeah, we can do that once we've got a growth stage or two on there, and once we maybe have the farm in a little bit better financial position. So yeah, that was the decision. That's where we've ended up. At least the seed has lasted quite some time, and I'd say we're probably going to have enough seed there to do the next field as well. Now, all going to plan. I think Floyd over there should just about have finished getting the lime spread as well. Just a little bit, you can just see him over there Looks like he might have a little section just up here at the top of the field, which shouldn't take him too much longer to do. But there we go. First field planted, first field in. Funny little thing FarmSim does there with the textures. Depending where you start or lower the planter down, it sort of takes the texture it was in. So we had a couple of spots where there was kind of the cultivated stubble texture in there versus just the soil texture. And it picked that up. But anyhow, not to worry, it doesn't ruin how the crops grow. There we go, just a little bit left in there for Floyd to get done and finish off with, and then we'll be finished on these 2 fields with the lime, and it'll just be some seeding to go. But I don't think we're going to actually get any more done in this episode. We're going to have to come back, have a helper with us next time who will probably end up running the roller, I expect, get those 2 fields rolled, and we will carry on with the planting. Leave that plant parked up just there. We've got that tractor running. Floyd's been using that to get some more lime. And yeah, we'll go over and have a look. Watch him get the rest of the work finished off here. So, on that note, I am going to wrap things up for this episode. Lots of work done. I'm very, very pleased to have our first crop in, but I'm starting to get a little bit nervous about that next loan repayment. I've been on the blower to the dealer, and they're going to ask around to see if anyone is looking for a cultivator or tillage, and hopefully we can get rid of that and maybe raise enough cash to be able to cover some of those costs and some of those expenses we've got coming up. But yeah, we'll soldier on. We'll see where the farm ends up. So as always, thank you all very much for watching. Hope you've enjoyed this episode, and we'll catch you in the next one. Well, hello everyone, welcome back to Ray County. It's a pleasure to have you here joining us. Now we are rolling into the second of the wheat fields. If you remember last time, Floyd finished getting the lime spread on this, and we are rolling in now to get the wheat planted. You'll see we've had a little bit of a tidy up in the yard. You can't see it with the auger wagons in the shed, but we actually got the John Deere out and hooked up onto the roller because our helper, who's going to turn up very soon, is hopefully going to take over. Well, not take over, but they're going to take that roller down to the field we've already seeded, get that one all rolled and sorted out, and then they can jump in here and get this one done as well. Current situation, apart from having to seed the wheat and hopefully having enough seed to be able to get it done, current situation is hopefully the dealer's found someone to buy the summer's disc, which is exciting. I'm hopefully going to get a bit of money for that. Not sure what it's worth. But in other news, we're not going to be doing any harvesting this month. It's going to be November before we can get things back and down to the 2 cornfields down near the co-op. So that's a little bit of a sit rep, a little bit of an update on where things are at for us. But we're just going to power this up. It'll rest all the right things. That's the air cart running. That's the seeder running. Slow that all down. And the guidance steering turned on, and we're good to go. There we go, getting underway. So like I said, we're just going to jump into this, start getting seeded. There's the summer's disc that we're hopefully going to get rid of, and see how we go. Hopefully get all this wheat in the ground. If we have to go down and pick up some more seed, one, I hope we have enough money to be able to buy some. 2, we'll just run down with the pickup and grab a pallet with some bags on it so we can load the bags in manually. That's probably going to be the easiest way to handle that at the moment. So there we are, that's us. We are going to jump into it, so we'll catch up with you very soon. That's the headlands done and the field, I guess, underway. But I see our helper is over there waiting to lend us a hand. So I'm just going to pop in here and get that all turned off. Don't need to fold it up. Leave that winged down. But we're just going to leave this here for a second. Jump out and we'll go and say hello. Go and get them started over here with the rolling. So in the tractor with me today, I'd like to give a very warm welcome to Darren Watkin, who has come along to lend a hand today. Welcome, Darren. Great to have you here to help. I hope you're doing well. First job for you, mate. We're going to set you up in here with the roller, get this wheat field rolled. We need to get this done this month before the crop germinates. So we're really left with the next few hours to get that sorted out. So we just get ourselves pulled in here. Let's get it unfolded. Here we go. And it will wing out. A little bit unrealistic there with the way those wheels pivot. But it's going to get it set up in the right position. And fingers crossed, if we just pull forward a little bit, we're going to have a little bit of a change in state there. You can see that that's being rolled. So, perfect. All right, well, let's set things up here for Darren to get underway. And we will go back and carry on with our seeding. Be able to keep an eye over the fence to see how he's getting on. Get ourselves out of the way over here and leave Darren to it. Now, that tractor is only just powerful enough. I think it's about 160 horsepower to pull that roller. That tractor's 175, so it might struggle up the hills a little bit, but fortunately the fields aren't too steep. But there we go, that's all looking much better. Some good pH value there and good nitrogen. Obviously we got some fertilizer on the outsides of the fields, but get over here, we're going to get into some spots where the pH, it's not too bad. Okay. Of course the pH is good, it's the nitrogen is bad. Nitrogen's the fertilizer, pH is the lime. So yeah, pH is pretty good across, nitrogen is very good when we get out here on the edges. So there we go, we'll leave Darren going on that, and we will go and jump back in the tractor and start on some up and down rows here with the seeder. We're fortunate that the first few rows here, these are big long ones, so they're going to be good to get into. Not too much turning and cover a decent amount of the field. Then we get these couple of awkward spots sort of up in here, which that one's not too bad, it's quite long. And even the one on the other side, still a decent length. So we'll get into those as well. I am thinking we're not going to have enough seed. We've already gone through about 800 litres just going around the outside, so used almost 50% of the seed up, and I'd say we're well short of 50% of the field done, but not too far. Regardless, though, I think we're going to run out and we will have to go and pick up some seed. So let's keep an eye on that, and we'll just react if and when we have to. There goes Darren over in that other field, making his way around the first headland. Like I said, he's probably going to struggle heading up this hill for the next wee while. We'll just wait and see what happens. But yeah, there we go. That's things carrying on. Things seeding now, as I alluded to before, or did say before, we are going to have the dealer coming in. They have managed to find a home for the summer's disc, so we will be getting rid of that. As for harvesting, well, if we can get through these fields and get everything done here, we'll invite Darren to hang around for a little bit longer and help us get the combine, grain cart, truck all down to those fields, and possibly make a start on the next part of the harvest. So we'll wait and see how we go here with this one before we make that decision. But anyhow, let's soldier on. We've already made a little bit of a start and keep on going. I'd say I've got further through the field than I thought, down to the last 50 or so litres of wheat. But we've managed to get all of this chunk in here done. all the big long rows done. We're just left with that section up on the other side of the tree between there and the house and the yard to do. So I think we're definitely going to have to go and buy some more seed. 30 litres ain't going to cut it, but it's not going to be too bad. Just the one pallet will do us for now, which is good because the money's just not there. It is rapidly disappearing. So we've got Darren over there. He's all finished. Looks like he's got the roll folded up and ready to come over in here. So we'll probably just wait on him starting that until we have managed. In fact, you know what we could do? We're a little bit proactive here. Because I'm just going to turn that off. There's no point starting this section. Because we're going to be heading down to harvest in those other cornfields, I might as well get him to run the grain cart down to there. We can leave that parked up on the side of the field and we can bring him back in the pickup. It saves us having to run it all down next time because we're 2 people, 3 bits of equipment to get down there. Ain't going to cut it. So I think that'll be quite a clever little idea actually. Quite a rest, I just thought of that. Alright, efficiencies, that's what we're looking for. Right, let's leave that there. Get that all turned off. Fan spinning. And we'll go grab the pickup, we'll head over, grab Darren, and head on down to the shop. Go and grab some seed. Well, there goes Darren, he is off, lights on. Let's jump in here and follow him down to the field. We'll be able to be a little bit of a, I guess a slow vehicle marker there. Hopefully get down and not cause too much problems with the traffic. These roads are not very wide and that tractor is rather large, so probably more the traffic coming towards us I'm a little bit more worried about than the traffic behind. Traffic behind's certainly not going to be able to pass very easily, but let's just have a look there. Alright, looks clear left, clear right, perfect. Alright, we'll sit here behind and head on down, go get this parked up at the field. I'll tell you what, he's done a pretty good job so far. Most of the traffic coming the other way has been pretty patient, kind of pausing to let him go past. It's a bit hard to show you because there is some vehicles coming the other way, but those jewels and the back of the grain cart do stick out quite some distance. But thank you for being patient, much appreciated. It's not too much further to go down here, so we'll just keep on following down. Just have to appreciate all the patience from the locals. I guess they get used to having equipment like this running around. So here we are. Now the beauty of these fields is we've got this big grass section here in between, which we can use as a bit of a staging area. So we'll be able to bring the truck down, combine, everything like that down this way too. So I'm not quite sure where Darren's heading. Hoping he was going to go in on the grass. Well, there we go. We'll leave that parked up there next to the field. And we're going to carry on down and go and get this bag of seed from the co-op. So here we go, down to our last $400. It's not a nice place to be, I can tell you that. Get this put up on here though, and hopefully we can think about this as our future. You can think this in the ground, and growing is an asset to us at the moment, so the more we can get in the ground the better. Right, that there, a bit of a lip on the edge of the pickup. There we go. Perfect. Right, there's some bags of seed. We'll go and get those thrown into the seeder. And we'll be able to carry on, get the last of that wheat done. Right, that's us back here, and seeds all up in the air cart now, which is good. You'll see somewhere over there. Darren gave us a bit of a hand and then he got going. So we'll just get the pickup here out of the way and then we can carry on as well. We're going to have to actually move it because that roll is wider than our 2 headland passes and he's doing 2. So we might even see about taking just the end off here and a little bit more around the headlands just so he can carry on and get some work done and not going over bits we haven't seeded. Right, get this out of here, get this out of the way, put it back in the shed, and we'll carry on getting the rest of the wheat done. Was fortunate timing, just able to get it Darren's way there just in time as he rolls around there with the roller for his second headland pass. And we're going to roll our way down here for our final pass with the seeder. Perfect. And there we go, this will be all our wheat planted. Now I'm pleased. I don't know what goes on with the textures here where it picks up kind of a different cultivated stubble type texture. Sometimes, other times it's just the soil. I think it depends whether it's thinking it's direct drilling. Sometimes there was a little bit of crop left over. I'm not sure. Anyhow, it's nice to see that the roller goes through and rids the field of all of that mess and will make it look like it's all one single field with just the one crop and all handled in the same way, which is good. And we're just going to wait here for a second, let Darren go past. Anyhow, he's going to turn around in there. Yeah, we'll just wait here and let him get back past because we're going to be having to stop and fold up and things like that. Bit of a tight little corner down in there to turn around in, but super impressed with that John Deere pulling that roller. Doing it with ease by the looks of things. Darren might say otherwise, but we'll get that feedback from him when he's finished. So there we go, perfect. So with this all done, we're going to go park the air seeder in the shed. Get to there, done. Turn everything off and get this all folded up. Like I said, we're going to go park it up in the shed, and then I might spend a little bit of time pulling the truck out and getting the trailer and everything on the back, and figure out what we're going to be doing with this corn. Get it all ready so when we can run down and start doing some work on planting or harvesting these fields. Sorry, I was going to say planting. Get some work done on harvesting the fields. We will be all good to go. So I think we'll just roll the air cart here and the air seeder back into the shed. It's going to need a little bit of a clean. Still don't have a pressure washer, so that's going to be a little bit problematic. Can't afford one. Might have to see if we can find a hose. But there we go. That's that all sorted. Do you know what actually else we can do? We can get that Summers hooked up on the back of this tractor. In fact, let's do that now. We'll pull that out because when the dealer gets here with the truck, we'll be able to get that all loaded up and get rid of it. So we'll get rolled back here underneath the Wilson. Get that all hooked up. There we go. Stands up, and that is that all good to go. So truck's all ready now. Get that cover over that. I'll leave that sitting open. So that's the truck all ready to go. We've got the disc sitting there waiting for the dealer to get here to come and pick that up. We've got Darren out there doing his rolling. Everything's sort of taking shape at the moment, isn't it? Grain bins over here. Of course, we do have some room in here for corn. This one's what? Got 150,000 litres of space. But we'll just have to decide whether we're going to bring it back here, store it before we sell it, or whether we just take the advantage of being right down next to the co-op and get some of it sold down there straight away. I know we won't get as good a price, but might be something we need to think about doing. So we'll give that some thought as well. Right. Might go have a cup of tea, grab something to eat, let Darren carry on doing the work out here, doing the good job that he is doing. So a funny thing happened. We've just jumped in the tractor here, riding along with Darren. Our money went down to zero. And I wondered why on earth we were losing money all the time. Now, one of the deals I had with the workers, the people who are coming along and helping, was I wouldn't be paying them wages. I'd offer them a bit of a farming experience, one they might not get normally, and obviously food and accommodation. But at some stage, something's reset, and we've been paying wages. We paid $7,500 in wages. Ignore the big money there. This was resetting and getting rid of the Steiger or the quad track. So that's why that is all there, and everything else is all for setting up the map. But yeah, for some reason, we've ended up having some wages going out, so I am going to use a little bit of magic and add that back in. Complete transparency, I did want to explain that in case you're wondering why we'd gone from having no money and talking about not having much money to now having some. Inexplicably, and no idea why, whether there was an update to Courseplay or a new version of the mod that I put in which reset that. So we're going to add that $7,500 in, and it's not going to save the farm, but it'll help us carry on getting some things done here. And there we go, $7,500 back in the account. Obviously a dollar tax taken somewhere for the transaction fee or something like that to get that done. But anyhow, as I said, we're riding along with Darren. He's finishing off this little section down in here, and if we just spin around, still has that piece up in there to do as well. So yeah, we're just going to hang out with him for a while and ride along, see how he goes to get this all finished off. just like that, Darren's done. Last of the rolling in the wheat fields, which is good. Nice to get that all tidied up. Just in time for lunch as well. There we go, get to the end there. It's all going to start folding itself up. Getting ready to put away. So we'll head on back over to the yard. Go and get this all parked up and unhooked. And then really there's nothing much more for us to do today. We're just waiting for that truck to turn up to come and grab that disc. Figure out exactly how much we're going to get paid for it, because while they've said they're going to take it, I don't know if we've actually agreed a price yet. They were going to come back to me on that one, but yeah, that's kind of what we're doing, what we're working on for now. So we're just going to go and park this up in front of these silos, smoothable ones. Not like we're using them for anything else at the moment. It's a little unfortunate to have those sitting there. You're going a bit extreme to be thinking about selling those, wouldn't it? I know someone would probably buy them, but that just sounds a little bit too extreme. So here we go. Leave that parked there, and we're just going to let the day whittle its way down towards the evening, and hopefully get in some harvesting soon. Probably not the best time to be trying to record a video and talking to you, but the truck has turned up and we are getting the disc loaded up. You'll see we've already got a nice juicy extra $40,000 in our account. It's telling me to go back just a little bit more. I'm just mindful of where those wheels are. There we go, that should just about do. So we get that unhooked. There we go. Leave that sitting there, and hopefully that is going to be out of here. But yeah, like I said, we've got a nice juicy $40,000 in the account. So that disc is worth about 60,000 new. Managed to broker a deal through the dealer for someone who was looking for one, who's happy to pay 2/3 of new value just because of the condition of it. So yeah, pretty happy with that. Nice to get rid of it. In the meantime, we had Darren give us a hand. We've got our truck has headed on down to the field. We've got that taken down. So all that's going to be left for us in the morning when it's time to start harvesting, drive down, pick up the combine from the neighbour and head on down and get into it. So we'll let these guys get out of here and we'll catch you in the morning. Well, good morning everyone, welcome back. It is another beautiful day here in Ray County, but what's not quite so beautiful is the rather angry phone call we got this morning from the dealer. All our efforts, and we weren't able to make one of our repayments. Everything's come out, we've still got 7 grand sitting in there, but I'm not sure what it was a repayment on, but basically I've said, no, that's it, 5% extra going on top of what you owe us already. So that is not ideal, and it does go to show we need some more money. So we've moved into November, which is why we had all of those repayments come through and things we had to deal with. We're just on our way. We've got Darren here with us. We're heading down to pick up the combine. We're going to get started on the corn. So first things first, I need to make sure by the end of November we've got the better part of $50,000 or so, $55,000 in the account just to be able to cover the repayments we need to make. So I think this corn that we're about to harvest is just going to go straight into the co-op and we'll get some money. There's the combine sitting there looking nice and ready to go. So we'll let Darren jump out. He's going to bring that down for us and we will go and get started on some harvesting. But we're going to have to make some big decisions. There is some tough decisions going to have to be made, and I think it's going to revolve around what we do with those fields that we're about to go and harvest. So let's get down there, we'll take a look, a bit more of a look at them at least, and we'll get started on some corn harvesting. Well, we've made it safely-ish. I don't know what it is with our employees and people who come and help, but beacons just seem to be non-existent whenever they're driving around on the road. Now we're just going to head in this way and go and park up over here, and Darren's hopefully going to pull in, get things unfolded and get up and going, start to get some corn harvested. So Darren actually said he's quite happy to run the grain cart, so we'll see how this goes, but we'll get everything unfolded here. Haven't really done any work in the corn. We harvested a lot of soybeans, but haven't had much of a chance to run the corn, so that's that open. Start turn our attention around the back, get the auger and hopper and everything opened up. There you go, you can see the auger going up. Let that get locked into position. Up here, there we go, everything looks all pretty good up there. We've got all the right variety in. Right, let's turn things on and get into it. There we go, power that up. Get it down. And we'll get ourselves turned in there. Now we need to make sure we drop in some straw, because we definitely want to make the most of that. There we go, get that going. Got some guidance assist already here in the field, which is nice and handy. Turn on our cruise control. In fact, let's just stop very quickly. We're just going to jump out here, turn that off. And yeah, I was just going to say we'll check behind us, but make sure we've got some corn stalks dropping out there. And as you can see, nice and clear, we have corn stalks, which is good. So everything else seems to be running pretty well. Fingers crossed that Darren's going to know what to do and where to get to when we need to be unloaded. So let's jump back up in the cab and get into it. And there we go. Now this field's not too big, so it's not going to be a huge field to get done. But of course we are going to have to get down and bale the corn stalks as well. That's something we could have actually, we thought about it, could have had Darren here doing. But anyhow, we'll just carry on and we will chop into it and get this done. Should be a good looking yield so far. No, not really. 60ish%. That's actually not very exciting at all. But it's crop, it's corn, it's going into our hopper and it's going to end up being sold. So let's carry on, get the field done. So we've just finished unloading into the cart there. We've had camera issues, equipment issues, all sorts of issues over the opening up of this little bit of the field. It's only a small field. We've done 3 headlands and we're just about through the middle of it. Hasn't run as smooth as I wanted to with using auto drive course play. I tried to cheat a little bit with the way I did it, but we're getting to drive a combine and I'm just having a bit of fun doing it. So we'll carry on. Hopefully we through all of those issues now. We've unloaded into the grain carts. Just now it was empty and had filled up almost the front hopper on the truck, so hopefully we get a full truckload out of this field. That would be nice, but we're just going to carry on here. And hopefully our grain cart behaves itself a little bit. Once you get a field opened up though, it always works so much better. But that's why we jumped from starting the field to being here pretty much into the middle of it. So we'll carry on, we'll catch up with you again soon. And here we go, a last little section, and this field's all done. So, not sure how much we're going to have ended up with. I don't think it's going to be enough to fill the truck, which is a little bit of a shame. Probably, you know what we're going to do? We're probably going to make more money off the corn stalks than we will off the actual corn, which could be a little bit embarrassing, but there we go. Let's go and get this unloaded. We might as well just unload straight into the truck. Not bother the grain cart, then we'll get the grain cart sorted out, get Darren under control. A little bit rogue, but it's not his fault. He's been a fantastic helper today. Let's go and get this all unloaded into there, get the grain cart unloaded, and then we're just going to park things up for next time because it's been enough time today. Plan next week though, next episode, is to carry on with the harvesting, and I might actually get out with the baler and tackle the baling of these corn stalks here in the field. So we'll see how that goes. I have to go and stop auto drive so that Darren doesn't come and try and unload, so we'll just fix that. So there we go, front hopper full. Still a few, probably might actually fill it up because there's a decent amount sitting in the grain cart if I remember correctly. We've got 60%, so we might actually fill the truck up, which would be nice. If we do, we'll run this down to sell it now and see how much money we're going to make. There we go, right. I'm going to park this up over here, ready to roll into this one. Spot as any, turn that off. It's going to jump up in the grain cart. It's over here. 20,000 litres. Yeah, I reckon we will actually. We will fill the truck up. Let's see. Well, truck capacity is going up faster than the grain cart's going down, so definitely going to end up with a full truck. There we go. and another 7,000 litres, so better than I was hoping. Right, park this here as well. We'll have to unload the rest of that a little bit later. But last little task for today, let's go and see what we can get for selling this. So it's a nice short drive up the road here into the co-op. We've done it a few times now, getting good at it. And we need to go, this is actually the first load of grain we've sold. Everything else has gone into our silos. It'd be interesting to keep track of how much we ended up with. So what was that, 48,000 probably litres out of that field. We need to go up the top here and head on over. I think we're over the weighbridge here, or over the, what's unload pit, isn't it? We've got pit 1 and pit 2. So hopefully we get a little bit closer. Here we go, getting an unload and a dump point. And our money is starting to go up. Let's see what we get off a load. Goodness, what's that, 3.5 grand from one? So it's going to be about 7 grand off a load. That is not very much. I know we're selling at the bottom of the market at the moment, which is a little bit of a downer, but we need to get rid of it. We need the money. Can't carry on with the debt that we've got. There we go. Well, that's alright. It's 7 grand we didn't have before the start, so we'll keep on going, keep getting some crops harvested, and then figure out what we're going to do to keep on dragging this farm out of the sticky situation we are in. But that's going to do it for this episode of Ray County. As always, thank you all very much for watching. Hope you've enjoyed this episode, and we'll catch you in the next one. Well, howdy folks, welcome back to Ray County. You're joining us as we're just getting the baler here hooked up to the John Deere. We've got the PTO and everything all done there. We're going to be taking this down into the cornfields, way down yonder over near the co-op, which we are halfway through harvesting. If you caught the last episode, you would have seen we got the first field done, and we are into the second. We've got our helper down there. They are hard at work, and we'll say hello to them when we get down there, but they have started harvesting the next field, and we need to get down there and start on the corn stalks, which is going to be pretty exciting, just to get a little bit more income in. As you can see, because we did come through into November, in the last episode actually, we didn't come and look at this, but our wheat's germinated. Now we've got a few patchy little spots in here where we've got a few moisture issues. As you can see down the bottom there, a few issues there. Obviously need to get some nitrogen in here, and didn't even realise, but we actually should have ploughed this instead of just doing the tillage in it. But there we go. I'm in two minds whether I keep the realistic weather mod in here with this moisture. As much as I like it, I just find the way it presents the withering, the damaged crops and those kind of things, I'm just not a big fan of it. Sort of having big stands of corn in your field that would have otherwise completely disappeared. So yeah, I don't know, we'll have to give it a bit of thought. Let me know what you think. Is it worth keeping? I like the concept of it, but it's really just the execution. So yeah, something to give some thought to, and you'll have to let me know what you think. But anyhow, enough jibber jabbering. We need to get down to the field and get the baler down there and get started baling. We also need to help out with the grain cart. So we've got the helper obviously driving the combine. Like I said, I'll tell you who that is when we get down there. We'll go and say hello to them. But we need to be running the grain cart and getting some baling done at the same time. So that is the plan. Hopefully we've got enough of everything here. Just double check. Does this say, does it have some wrap in it? Well, it says 1 litre of bale net. We'll have to just double check if that's going to be enough or not. Might have to. I did have a pallet floating around here, although I think I might have inadvertently deleted it when I was playing around with something. But anyhow, if we need to buy some more, we need to buy some more. Right, enough talking. Let's get down to the field. So here we are down at the field. Now I can just make out the very top of the combine. It will be incredibly hard for you to see. There's just a little bit of black over there and it's not moving. So I'm going to have it a guess that the combine is full of corn, and unfortunately got so perilously close to a full lap of the field. Jump over here and jump up into the Massey. But yeah, so close to a full lap of the field. But I think we're going to have to go to, we'll see. We might be able to sneak down the other side there of the field and get round to them. And there you go, you can see now from this slightly higher vantage point, and it doesn't look like there is much space down there between corn and the trees. We don't want to run over any more corn than we have to, so we're just going to take the long way around, scoot around, go and to get the combine underway, so our worker can get back underway, and we'll say hello to them as well when we get around there. Well, after almost a full circumnavigation of the field, we're here and we can get things unloaded. Still a little bit of corn in the back there from the last field, which we didn't put in the back of the truck, but it was a good opportunity to get around and see that things seem to be doing a pretty decent job. Got a good corn swath coming out the back. The combine seems to be cutting the corn reasonably well. A little bit of inaccuracy there with that one plant. Don't know how that got there. 2 plants. We'll leave those for the deer. But yeah, otherwise I think everything seems to be working out pretty well. So once we get this emptied out, we'll get ourselves out of the way. We'll go and empty the grain cart into the truck. We'll have a quick chat to our driver, and then we'll go and get started on some corn baling and sort of jump in back and forth in and out of the baler and the grain cart here, and just keep things moving. Be good to get the last of the fields harvested. This is our very final field that we have to take any crop off, so last chance to make any money off crop, which is, I guess, a little bit of a concern, but also exciting to get it finished. And there we go, corn going into the truck. Now this field's bigger than the last one. If you recall, the last field we got just over a truckload. I think there was about 7,000 litres left in the grain cart, but already looks like we've got a pretty full hopper. Now I didn't actually park in a very convenient location there with the baler to be able to get down beside, so we'll just back out of there just to be on the safe side. So I'm going to jump up, catch up here with the combine. We'll get it unloaded once more, and we'll hop in and say hello. I think once the headlands are done and there's a bit more turning on the end of the rows, it'll take a little bit longer and not quite so quick to fill the combine up, but certainly corn, as we know, high yielding, and does fill up the combine very, very fast. But there we go, I think that must be pretty much caught up, so I'm just going to stop that there, run and jump very carefully, help us say hello to our worker. And so here we are, riding along in the buddy seat in the case, and we've got Chinook here giving us a hand today. Now, I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with Chinook, a fellow Kiwi. He's made the trip over to give us a hand, also a big supporter of the channel, so it was nice to have his offer of assistance and have him here to help us out today. So welcome along, Chinook. Nice to have you here. All I can say is please don't miss any crop, and please go on as straight a lines as possible. Probably a good thing we're in this kind of a regular field, because it doesn't matter if you don't quite go as straight as you should. It won't be quite so noticeable, but yeah, there we go. Not sure if it's the best idea to be working behind him when I'm trying to bail, but we'll see how it all works out. But there we go. Getting some crop in the back. Just spin around the other way. Look in the window. There we go. There it is. There is the corn slowly filling up the hopper there. So yeah, excited to get this field all done and dusted, but we're not going to get any corn stalks baled sitting in here and talking. So once we've made it around the field once more, we will go and jump out and carry on with the baling. Well, with the combine taken care of for now, all unloaded and emptied, let's get into the field here. I'm going to get this turned on, lower that down, and we're going to get into baling some corn stalks. Now this isn't actually something I got to do last time. We had the worker at the time doing it. Can't remember whether was that Nina, I think, who we had helping us out with the corn stalks. So kind of excited about using this, driving this little John Deere and getting some corn stalks baled. See how it goes. Now the plan is, once we're finished, well, once Chinook's finished with the combining in that other field, hopefully we'll have most of these corn stalks all baled up, and then he can take over and bale up that field, and we can go and grab the telehandler and the trailer again from the co-op, and I need to manually unload that. We don't have it set up to unload. There we go. I can go and grab those and come down and unload these things, so that's the plan. Go. I'll turn on some automatic discharge so that it does get off on its own. Okay, that's going to have allowed that. As I was saying earlier though, you can see this field's a prime example of why I'm not a big fan of the way that the withering mechanic works in the realistic weather. It's not nice looking across the field and seeing all of that corn that wasn't harvested. So let me know what you think. Is it worth keeping? Is it something we should keep for the sort of the realism of this series, or is it a little bit over the top and something we could get rid of? Let me know what you think. Now, as we go along too, and we'll get into a bit of a time lapse in just a second. But the other thing I've been thinking about, I've been looking forward and trying to plan for the farm and what the future holds. Now we've got about 340,000 litres of corn sitting in our silos, which will be ready to sell come January, I think, is about when we get the best price. Just concentrate on going around the corner and getting as much of this corn stalk picked up as we can. But yeah, the best price is in January, so we've got a couple of months to sit on that. And I've done a little bit of a prediction based on the values we could get, and if we just sell it as is, undried, we'd end up with about $113,000. So that is undried. Now, if we were to invest in some propane and get the corn dryer up and running, we could increase that to 130k. But what I don't know yet is how much the propane will cost. Whether it's going to be less than $17,000 and how much we'll actually need. So I do need to do a little bit of research into that and figure out if it's actually going to be worth doing the drying or not. I get a feeling it would be, but again, I'm not 100% sure on that. If it is worth it, we'll definitely look at doing that, but if it doesn't work out, then I guess we'll just sell it as is. 113k pretty much covers 2 months of repayments, so that's January. We've got to worry about a repayment at the end of this month, and then the one at the end of December, so we've got to find another $113,000 in that time, which is where these two fields come in. I'm really getting much closer to the point of actually having to sell this land and consolidate our operation back at the main yard. But anyhow, that's the thought process, is that where I'm at the moment. With that all said, let's carry on here with the baling. That's once around the field, which is good. And you can see Chinook over there in the distance carrying on with the corn as well. So let's crack into it, get this all done and dusted. Well, I reckon that's worked out pretty well on a timing front. I'm just having a look over there, and Chinook does not have much corn left to get done in this field. He is just about finished. Grain cart's just about full, so we're just going to park the tractor up here. We'll head on over, take the grain cart over, get him emptied out, and that'll be a wrap on harvest. First season harvesting here on Ray County. I don't think we're quite going to get a second full truck out of this. Always the case, right? Headlands just provide so much more, or have a much bigger area than you ever expect. There we go. A few bales out here. Now I didn't actually count how many bales we got off that first field. We can count them up because once we're done here and Chinook's into the baling, we'll be able to run up, grab the trailer and start on the loading. So that'll give us a pretty good perspective on where we're at. But there we go. He's got the blinkers on, got the lights on there, his beacons, suggesting he's more than 80% full. So it's going to be pretty touch and go if we can get all this done without running out of space. But we'll just wait here until he's ready to be unloaded. And well, we didn't have to wait very long, did we? Literally got turned around from where we were and he's full. I was actually hoping to get a nice screenshot, some nice images as he went past, but here we go. Not to be this time, we'll get an unload. Get him emptied out. And then we can get this last little bit done. Sort out an image for the thumbnail while we're at it. And there we go, that is all done. Oh, we're full on the grain cart though, so we can't actually get Chinook unloaded. He'll have to drive the combine over. Anyhow, he can just unload that straight into the truck. But we'll go get this one unloaded as well. And I was guessing my statement that we weren't going to get a full truckload. We might go pretty close now, I think. Just have to wait and see. See how far this one goes into it, and then it will all come down how much corn it managed to get off those last two passes. It's the front hopper full, 20,350 litres, and what do we have left? 16.5. So we're going to be about 4,000 litres short here in the grain cart. The question will be is whether there's 4,000 litres in the combine. Probably not, would be my guess, but possibly close. Chinook should be driving over, and we'll be able to find out very, very soon. Well, this is actually going to be incredibly close because there is 4,159 litres here in the combine. So let's get that in the right spot. Augur's a bit longer than I was expecting. Let's see how close we're going to get filling this trailer up with what we've got in the combine. 10% left, we're down to 5. Oh, we're not quite 418 litres left in the combine. Well, that's going to be frustrating, isn't it? Because of course we can't fold things up. What do you think? 418 litres, do we leave that for the deer? Maybe we do. Maybe we do. In fact, I can see one over there in the field. Right, we'll give that some thought. It's not the end of the day. End of the world anyhow, depending on what we do with that. Right, with that said, can, however, this get the header folded up, not turned on. There we go. It's all going to fold up, and we can think about running it back down the road, getting it all back home. Right, there we go. Turn it off for now. We'll worry about getting things done, but we're going to get Chinook set up with the baling. We can go and make a start on that while we get this truck sorted out, get this last load sold, and then get the baler, the telehandler back down here. This is one of those cases when you look in the back and you'd overload that for the 400 litres, wouldn't you? Anyhow, don't have that luxury in Farm Sim. Chinook is up and underway there, getting his first bale out. Of course, he was about half a bale in the back from the other field. Close to jackknifing ourselves there, but there we go. Right. Let's go and get this lot sold, another 7 or so grand, and then into the bales and see what we can make off those. Okay. It's a nice baler setup actually. I like that tractor and baler combo. Looks really good. Right size, right looking combination. And then we go another 7 grand in there from that corn. So what I'm going to do is we're just going to head down here. The trailer and the telehandler's all still parked down here. There it is. So I think what we might do is just bring our trailer. I'm just trying to think where the best place to leave it is out of the way. Just going to park up against the wall here. We'll leave our trailer here while we do the baling. No point running it all the way back to the farm or back down to the field. We'll just have to come back and grab the bale trailer. There we go. Right. Be able to go the whole way around. Not that way. Okay. And we'll do a 3-point and go back and find the trailer, get hooked up down to the field. So here we are. We'll gently get this backed off the back of the trailer here, parked in the middle of the field. There we go. No damage done with that. We'll get those ramps folded back up, and then it's just a case of loading. We've got sort of bales in both directions, so we'll start down one end, work our way down the other way, and see if we can get a full truckload out of this field. Well, I think these are the last two bales over here to go. Stacking had been going really well until the last couple. Being very careful, and then one of them decided to fall off, and then they started wobbling around, and even though they were strapped down, pushed one of the bales almost off the other side. So we're just going to have to live with it. That is what it is. But yeah, these are the last two. Should be able to get them up on the front, one on each side. Not the most secure walk through the front of that bale, but that's right. But yeah, as you'll see, the second to last one at the back on this side has definitely forced its way out this way quite a lot, at the influence of the one on the other side. Anyhow, throw this one up on top of here. No idea how Chinook's going. We'll be able to assess that on the way past. So we'll go and get this load sold, and then we'll be back to go and load up the ones in the field he's in. Here we go. I was trying to figure out why it felt like we had a lot more off a smaller field, but it's because the other fields we didn't bale the headlands, we only did the inside of the field. So a few more bales off this one, or at least all the corn stalks taken off rather than just the insides of the field. But there we go. Right, let's turn that off. Go and get these strapped down. Here we go. Jump up in here and go and see what we can make off this load. Driving past, you can see Chinook still working away over there. He must be getting close to being finished. Looks like he's on the second land, and then he's got the small third one, and we've just got an overshot our turn off significantly. So let's just get ourselves backwards here. Go the right way. Pay attention to where you're going rather than worrying about what's happening in the field next to you. Let's have a look, get these all unstrapped, and there we go, 5.5 grand. Alright, well, that's 5.5 grand we didn't have beforehand. Be able to get the same at least off the other field. I would expect there might even be a couple more bales there. So, that'll take us up to what, 38 maybe? Not quite 40,000, we'll get close to 40,000. Which just takes us one step closer to not needing quite so much money at the end of the month, which is good. Right, let's carry on. Let's go and get these last bales loaded up. So into the second field, starting to get these loaded up. I'm going to spare you having to watch me do all of this. We'll just see when we're done. See how many we've got on the trailer, whether it's one load or two loads, and go and get them sold. See how much money we end up making. Alright, last one up on here. Now I've just done a bit of a counter. We'll just do a little look around. But I think there's 13 bales still sitting here. Now if I went for another stack on top, I could probably fit 12. I think 13 is a stretch. So instead of risking it, you can see 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, definitely at least 13, maybe even another one hiding. So instead of risking it, we're just going to take this one up and get it sold. Make sure they're all strapped on, there we go. And then we'll come back and grab the last load. Chinook's gone and taken the tractor. He's heading back up to the farm. He's going to drop the baler off at the dairy farm on the way, which is good. And then he's going to come back and grab the combine, grab the grain cart, and he's just going to start ferrying things back to the farm, which is nice. Good idea, good use of time. This next load here, let's see. Oh, not all going to go off in one, but that's 5.5. Get these two off. Right off the front of the truck, please. And get them back into the sell point. Oh, enough horsepower to back up there. Yeah, we do. There we go, another $400. So we're nudging closer and closer to 40, and I think with those 13 bales we've got left, it's about half a load. It's going to be another 2.5 or 3 grand, so we will get our way over 40 grand. Ugly load, but it's the last 13 bales. Let's see what we get there for those. $2,873. Giving us a grand total of $42,000 in the account, which is not too bad. Now, the co-op said just to drop the trailer off, they'd send someone down to pick up the telehandler. It's just in the field next to where we are, effectively, so I'm just going to take a leisurely stroll down at their convenience, grab it out of the field, which is handy. They didn't want it back on the trailer anyhow, so doing them a favour, effectively. Now they just had to park it down here beside the shed though, so it was more out of the way. There we go. Dump that about there. Perfect. Go and pick up our trailer, and we're going to get this back down to the farm, and we'll just start getting everything else back to where it needs to be. Well, we're just on our way back to the farm. Everything else is already back there. Chinook is actually, and we'll probably see him soon, he's running back down with the cart for the air seeder. In fact, it looks like him now. Might just stop here just to make sure he's got enough space to get past us. He's going to run down. He's got the speed wobbles. Slow down, mate. Slow down. Hopefully he gets there in one piece. Oh, goodness. Always in a hurry, that man. Anyhow, as I was about to say, he is going down to grab us some seed to be able to carry on and get some cover crops into the last 3 fields. Now, I was hoping to be able to get some oilseed radish in, but I've been informed November's too late to be planting a cover crop like that. Alfalfa, it's too late for that as well, so our only option really is to get a little bit of grass in. Now, the hope is if we get some grass planted now, we get a good germination, that come springtime, we will be able to get in there, get that mown, baled up and sold to one of the local farmers or to the co-op or someone like that for some silage or hay or whatever it is that anyone wants. This road is incredibly narrow to be running this big combine down. But yeah, that's the plan. That's what we're wanting to do. Just try and make a little bit more money off the farm while we can. So let's get back to the farm. We're going to get this parked up. We need to sort out a pressure washer, get it all cleaned and everything like that at some stage. We'll need to go through it and give it a bit of service, get it all winterized, ready to be put away in the shed until we need it again next year. It's got the tractor at the Ford there with the toolbar on the back. Just got to wait for, in fact, there he is right now. Wait for Chinook to get back. Obviously managed to get down there safe and sound without, well, hopefully without breaking anything. Managed to get some seed for us, which is fantastic. So we'll get this taken around the back and we will go and hook this up to the back of the seeder and get underway. So there we go, that's that all hooked up. We're just going to roll straight into this field here because it is nice and convenient. Now, we're not going to bother putting fertilizer on because this is just, it's literally a cover crop that we can cut once. So I don't want to put a whole lot of inputs in it to try and get a big, huge yield off it. I just want to be able to make a little bit of money with minimal inputs from us. That's kind of what we need to do at the moment. So it is just basically the cost of the diesel plus the cost of the seed and figuring out how we're actually going to get this mown later in the year or next year once it's all come up. The other reason is I'm not worried about doing any of the soil sampling or anything like that. That is going to have to be something we can do, or even when the grass is in here we can still get it sampled. So we'll just do that when we can afford to do it. But there we go. That's that all done. Get that powered on. The toolbar lowered down. There we go. That looks like we're getting some grass seeded. Just make sure we get over to the edge of the field. There we go. That's us up and underway. Grass going in. Perfect. Well, we'll see where this is going to be. The lifesaver we need. Just have to wait and see. It's a little bit of a gamble, but we'll find out come springtime. So we're just going to carry on in here and get this done. Chinook and I are just going to basically have a chat in here. So I think this is going to be a perfect stage to wrap up today's episode. As always, if you want to be a part of the series, if you want to give me a hand, drop a comment down below, leave your name, and we might pick you to be the next person to come in and help out here on the farm. Not sure what we're going to be doing next. Probably going to be into winter and hauling some crops. Need to decide whether we get some propane or not, and how we're going to pay our bills over the next wee while. But that's all for another time. For this one, we are done. Thank you all very much for watching. Hope you've enjoyed this episode, and I'll catch you in the next one. Well, howdy folks, welcome back to Ray County, and it is the middle of winter. As you can tell, we have been blanketed with snow. I was hoping that we were going to be able to sell some corn today, but with the road conditions, with the snow on the ground, it's probably not the most ideal time for us to be doing things, but we're just coming out, we're checking on the grain dryers. We've had those up and running for the corn. We managed to get some propane bought. That's just about $8,000 or something, so it wasn't too bad, and hopefully we'll get a bit of a benefit for that. But you can see there we're down to our last 20,000 or so litres of corn that we need to get dried, at least in this one. This has got, was the full bin, 243,000. If we're going to have a look at this bin over here, you can see that one there is already all done, 97,000 or so litres of corn in there, all dry and ready to go. So, yeah, fingers crossed, sort of that's the offending cloud in that direction where the snow's come from. So hopefully it's disappearing and we might see a little bit of a nicer afternoon. Maybe see some of the snow disappear off the ground and we'll be able to get out and start hauling. Now, you'll also notice $84,000 in the bank account. Unfortunately, that's not a good thing. We did have to sell one of the fields down by the co-op, the larger of the two. The bank basically forced us to do that, or we weren't going to be able to make our repayments last month. So we do have enough money in the account at the moment to cover our repayments for the end of December going into January. So at least that's covered off, and then we'll have our crops to sell, which hopefully will cover the next couple of months. Wheat, even though it's got a bit of snow in it, it's looking pretty good. The other thing, we did manage to get all of the grass. I think last time we saw you, last video, we were planting grass, getting grass planted. So we have managed to get that all planted. That did come up before the weather got too cold. We've got 3 fields of grass. And this is obviously going to be a bit of a cover crop for us. Hopefully, we'll find someone who will buy it. Looking for a little bit of silage, or maybe to make some hay or something out of it before we need to plant our corn. But if we just come over, get up over the fence here, there you go, you can see. With snow as far as the eye can see, you can see our grass in here. So yeah, pleased to get that all done. But it does mean we're going to have to try and find a way to sell it and hopefully get it taken off before we need to be planting our crops. Shed's all shut up, equipment is all in there, and basically we're now just at a waiting game, waiting for these roads to clear and make it a little bit safer for us to get out and get things sold. So we're just going to leave it there for that. Whether we get it done this month or not, we could be back in January before we're able to get it sold. So we'll just have to wait and see, mindful of the time, mindful of the weather, and wanting to do it as safe as we can. So I'm going to put the camera down, I'm going to keep themselves warm inside, and we'll be back with you as soon as we can. Well, believe it or not, it is Happy New Year. December, basically, we were snowed out. Got to Christmas time, basically just had to pull the pin on doing anything. And here I was hoping we were going to get some nicer weather in January, but the snow has just persisted. It has hung around and will not go away. So unfortunately, we're at the point where we just cannot wait any longer. You can see our money's dropped down from 80,000 or 84,000 down to 15. So we've basically lost 70 grand. Unless we get something in the bank soon, we are going to be having to sell that other field. Still got the small one down by the co-op, but we're going to be having to sell that. We can't sort something out. So we're just going to have to travel carefully and make the most of the price we can get for our dried corn at the moment. It is basically at a premium. We'll take a look at that in just a second. I've got a spreadsheet and figured everything out, but we're just going to try get ourselves in a position where we can start getting these bins unloaded with a silo. Not the right setup, not quite how we should be doing it, but hopefully that is going to work. And there you go, you can see we can go through and find our dried corn. There is just a little bit still drying, it's not quite finished, but there you go, you can see our dried corn ready to go in that. So we should be able to get the truck underneath the auger and get started with some selling. So we're going to go get that warmed up. Should have actually started the engine on that because that has not been running for quite some time, and it might be a bit of a tough effort to get that going. So we'll let it warm up, get it started, and we'll go start running some dried corn down to the sell point. So we've got the truck up and going. It started reasonably well. Been running it for a wee while and getting it going, and as you can see, we are starting to get the trailer full. We've already put some corn in the front hopper. Just getting the second hopper there full up as well. This auger, like I said, it's just oversized for us, but it's the best we could come up with, the best we could get at the time when we needed it. So whether we try and replace it at some stage, I don't know if it's going to ever happen. We'll just have to see how the finances go. That is going to be the deciding factor. But there we go, that must be at full. So we'll go and get this tarp closed up. Let's have a look. Yeah, no, everything looks good there. You should just jump up on the truck. And there you go. Nice and full, nice and even. That's going to cover up really well. And to get it shipped down to the co-op, down to the sell point. I think it's going on the train. It's off to an ethanol plant somewhere. That's what we've sold it for. But we're going to go and get the best dollar we can for it. And go and see how much we make off each load. Don't even know how many loads there are going to be to take out of here. We will just have to wait and see. So we're going to take it as easy as we can on these roads, just with the snow. Hopefully the county's been through and ploughed the roads. I haven't actually been down here for a while, but I can see some traffic flowing along there reasonably well. So yeah, it does look like they're kind of clear. So it looks like they've been out and ploughed the roads, which is nice. So we really just have to worry about this deep stuff here on our driveway. We've got no way of getting rid of it, of course, either. We've got no plough or anything. So we're just going to have to make do with what we've got here. I'm guessing running the truck up and down it a few times will probably help. Now, we're going to have to wait for this next car now, aren't we? Probably should. Only pulling out on anything unnecessarily. Now, of course, no need for a helper today. We've only got the one truck, so it is just us all on our own. And to be fair, I wouldn't want to invite anyone to come and give us a hand in these conditions anyhow. But of course, as soon as spring is here, we are going to be looking for some help. So always drop a comment down below if you're keen to come and lend a hand here on the farm. Food, board, accommodation, everything like that is covered. I just, as I've said before, really cannot afford to pay you anything. It is just coming here for the bit of a farming experience. So let me know if you're keen to help. Always looking for more hands to come and lend a hand. Anyhow, that's enough jibber jabbering. Let's get ourselves down to the co-op. Let's go and see what we're going to earn off each truckload. So here we are at the co-op. Now we're actually going to head to the right here and take ourselves over the scale first. We've got to go through, got to put the probe into the back of the trailer, test the corn, make sure it's all good, or at least record what the quality is. We obviously want to make it sure it's the best quality possible. I'm sure we have grown and harvested the best possible corn, best quality corn we can. But let's get ourselves just driven here over the weighbridge. We should be able to stop just short here. And now the clever people in the shack there, they're going to get the probe and tell us everything's good to go. Perfect, there we are, all good to go. That was a perfect test weight, everything like that was just where it needed to be able to basically make us the most we can. So let's go and have a look at what we're going to earn off this load. We'll head on up the top now, follow the road up to the pits next to the train tracks, into the silos. Of course they take it into there, and then when the train is here, I don't think it's here at the moment, no, it doesn't look like it, it's when they have a train in, they can take it straight out of the silos and load it into the train. So let's have a look, see what we can earn off a truckload of corn. So front hopper done, and that is pretty much $8,000 for that load. So we'll get the other one unloaded, but that's what, $16,000, and we had about 40,000 litres on. Now if I can recall correctly, we've got about 340,000 litres. So what's that, eight and a half loads? It's 8.5 loads, and we're getting 16,000 per load. What, 80, 120, $130,000? That's not bad. I will certainly happily claim that if that's what we're going to earn, because that is going to get us through another 2 months of repayments to the bank and to the finance lenders and everything like that. So let's carry on. We are just going to jump into this. We'll do a little bit of a time lapse here of us running back and forth between the farm, between the yard, get some loads of corn sold. Well, I think, just going to go over and have a look at the auger. This should be the last few thousand litres out of this bin. Should get it all emptied in this load. Just come over and have a look here, see if this stops running. My calculation said that it should. There's 19,500 litres and we can get 20,000 plus in each hopper on the truck. So set counting down there, we're down to none. There we go, that stopped and that stopped. So perfect. Now we'll go and double check the truck, see if it's worth moving this over now. We're going to need to take 3 trips out of this anyhow, 97,000 litres. So definitely going to have to do 3 trips. Is it worth shuffling it over, or are we pretty close to full? Climb up the ladder here. Looks pretty close to full. We'll just do the old magic jump. Let's jump up and have a look. Yeah, 97% full. Not really worth moving the auger around just to get that last little bit. It's not going to save us a trip later on, so we shall get this one down and get it sold. So what are we up? 80,000 litres up. $80,000 up so far, which is good. I have been sort of pondering as we've been driving back and forth. I'm a little bit worried. This is our main source of income along with the soybeans, and once this is gone, soybeans don't get sold until July, I think, is when we're contracted to sell those. It's when the best price we'll get for them is. So between now and July, the only other thing we might have to sell is some grass. So I'm not quite sure where we're going to drum up $60,000 a month from. Might have to see if we can reach out to some of the other neighbours and see if there's any work they need done, something we can go and help with. We've got the equipment, we've got the experience, we've got the knowledge. We'll have to wait and see if there's some things we can do to make a few extra dollars on the side, but of course the priority is getting our farm sorted out and doing what we can to get the best yields. Whether that's soil testing, getting some fertiliser applied, all of these things cost money, so we're going to have to figure this all out. It's not going to be easy. It's definitely proving tougher than I thought it was going to when we first drove in this very road all those months ago. Anyhow, let's go and get this one sold. We'll keep on going, see how much we can make. We'll check in with you when we are back down. Should probably wait for that car. When we're back down and get the auger moved. So time to get this auger moved. We've swung the truck around. I'm hoping what I can actually do is position this in a way we could probably bring the truck in and around where we've driven in now. I mean, it's only 3 loads, but 2 more once this one's done. But that might make it a bit easier to turn around. It was certainly, the position we had it in was not the most favourable spot to be able to access and get turned around. A lot of backing, a lot of reversing, a lot of having to negotiate the best way in. But I think, as you can see, we've already managed to turn around there, so I think if we get this into a spot kind of like that even, we should be able to, on the truck here, drive underneath the auger and go and unload. So we'll give that a whirl, see how that works out. So being able to turn around in there, and we'll roll straight in underneath the auger. And we'll get into filling some dried corn. So 97,000 litres out of this. We basically take 80, or what do we take, 40,700 is it each trip? Something like that. So 81,400 in the first 2, and we'll be left with probably 1 hopper maybe for the second trip. Maybe 1 and a bit. We'll just have to wait and see. So yeah, not too much more to go. We'll get these ones all loaded up. Get down and get it sold. A little bit more. So yeah, 20,350. So 40,700 per load. I was right. Alright, there we go, that's full, so tarp on and carry on going. Interesting how the snow's kind of been displaced as we've come in and out of the yard. Almost ploughed our own little path through here, which is kind of neat. Right, 2 and a bit more to go, and then we will be able to call it quits. So back at the yard once again. I thought I'd test out my auger setup with some first person driving, so let's just slowly go and turn around in here. Now honestly, the snow is pretty heavy. Found ourselves sort of understeering quite a few times, and we really don't want to. Not something you want to do in a big truck. And now can't actually see where the auger is. There's the end of it. In the right spot. Hopefully we are. I think we're over far enough. Be able to have a look out in a second. Can't see behind us either. See the mirror? No. Nothing there. Right, let's jump out of there. Ah, look at that. Not far off. Here we go. We're filling. That's pretty much perfect, isn't it? Yeah, that was a much better way to set up that auger. We'll have to remember that for next time. Now, just while we're filling up, I know also last video just reminded me, seeing the withering here in the crops and the wheat, I asked the question about the realistic weather mod and whether we should keep it, get rid of it, or what we should do. Most people said get rid of it. There was a couple of comments though about maybe just turn the withering chance down. So I have left it in for now. I've bumped the withering down to 50%. What I don't actually mind, and I said that last time, is I don't mind it withered into a harvest state like it is there with the wheat. It's the withering with the corn which happened above ground, and you end up with these big plants which just didn't look quite right. So we'll soldier on with it. We'll give it another chance. I do like the whole idea with it. I like the way it affects the snow and rain and all those kind of things. So let's just see where we end up. Anyhow, this will be our last full load. We're at $127,000. We will get another, what are we getting per load? Another 16 or so thousand out of this one. Takes up to 130, 143. So I'm hoping by the time we've got that last load, we might be just nudging over $150,000. So that would be rather nice if we can achieve that. So we'll carry on. We'll go and get this one unloaded. We'll come back and grab the last little bit, and I'll probably catch up with you down at the co-op when we're unloading the last trailer load. So here we are, last load, only 16,000 litres, it's not even that full. You can see the trains come in, so they're obviously starting to load out as well. I must have been getting a bit full on silos. We did actually see a couple of trains in our travels. I don't know if you caught those when we were going over the bridge. There is a lot of trains rolled through here, taking corn, different grains through to different plants, different factories. It is a very, very busy area, but there we go. You can't quite make out any grain being loaded in, but you can see they're parked there underneath that overhead bin and rolling underneath that, and that's where the corn that we've got goes down to the pit, across the leg, up the leg, into these side bins, and then obviously once they've got it through there, they'll pump it out of the side, the bins, back up into the leg and down to that overhead bin. So very clever setup. There we go. That is the very last of our corn emptied out. We started off with about 15 grand, and we are up to 149,000. $150 short of $150,000. Would have been nice to tick over that mark, but we'll take it for what it is. What's that though? $135,000 we have made off all that corn, which is a nice little bit of income. I'm kind of happy with that, although it does make me a little bit sad that it's pretty much already all allocated in terms of heading off to the bank and to our other finance companies. So it's a little bit frustrating, but it is what it is. What are we going to be doing in the next week? Well, there's not too much going on the farm. We've got a little bit of maintenance to be doing around, some equipment to sort out, just make sure everything is all ready. Obviously we are going to be planting some soybeans and some corn, so we need to make sure the plant is all sorted. Wait for that van. Oh, there we go. There we go. Yeah, we need to make sure all that stuff's sorted out. We need to get in touch with the contractor to come in and we'll see if we can get rid of our grass, so we'll be working on that as well. Chat to an agronomist, see if we can get some more soil sampling done. Be all ready to start ripping into that grass once it's all been mown and taken away to be planting our crops. So lots still going on here on the farm, and as I said earlier, if you want to come and give us a hand to try and get some of these things done, that would be very much appreciated. Drop a comment down below. I would love to see you out here in Ray County helping us out. So I think that is going to be a great spot to wrap things up. We'll get back to the farm, get the truck put away, everything else tidied up there, and hopefully next time we see you it will be spring, and we will be looking forward to making some more money and making some more progress on returning this farm, or getting this farm to the point where it should be. Somewhere where it is making someone some money and not just passing it all back to a bank or a finance corporation. So there we go. Thank you all very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed this episode, and we'll catch you in the next one. Well, howdy folks, welcome back to Ray County. Welcome along to spring. Yes, we have survived winter. We had a fair amount of snow after our last episode. Once we got all that corn sold, it basically snowed and snowed right through January, a lot of February actually. it wasn't until March that it actually started to leave the ground, and we started to see some of our crops and everything come through. And it's exciting actually standing out here now in our grass. As you can see, it is ready to harvest. It's looking pretty decent. It's had a lot of moisture, obviously, from the snow that survived all of that, and it's actually at the stage we're ready to cut it. We need to get rid of this, and we need to deal with it now so we can get in and start getting our fields prepped for our seeding. Now, unfortunately, we did have to sell the other field down by the co-op. The money we made from selling our corn got us through all of January and February repayments, but we got to the end of March and we just did not have enough money in the account to cover the expenses. The good thing is, I think we only have 4 more months and we should have paid off all the equipment that was financed. So then we just left with the bank loan for the farm and the investments. I've been doing some work. I've been spending a lot of time on the phone talking to people and seeing if we can demonstrate that we've turned the farm around already and possibly try and refinance something. So there's some things in the wings that hopefully will come good for us soon. But we're looking at the grass, and this is our job for today. And we've actually got a contractor, and we're going to be giving him a hand. So we've got the Kubota here. This is the contractor's tractor and mower. We've got our helper coming in soon, and I've gone to pick up the contractor's rake. Basically, his staff fell through. It's Saturday today. He had some staff illnesses, although I'd like to think they might actually have been more self-induced illnesses from a busy Friday night, shall we say. So he was actually going to cancel on us and not do it because he said he had no staff. So I offered to come and drive a tractor for him. I said I'd have a helper who could come and drive a tractor for him. So we're going to run the mower and the rake, and then he's got himself and another guy coming down to do the baling. I've got a couple of balers. So we need to get in here, jump into this Kubota, get the Vermeer up and going. It's been a while since I've done any mowing, so hopefully we can figure out how this all works. But we need to get started in these fields so when the rake turns up, it's got something to do and we can be in front of the balers. So it's enough jibber jabbering. Let's jump in the tractor and get underway. So first things first in here, let's get this all unfolded. Now it should have, I think it'll unfold to having an offset out to one side, won't it? There we go. It's going to twist around and be offset out to our right. So we should be able to sort of run around. What we'll do is we'll run around the headlands 4 times. We'll start on the second row effectively, so we'll have to go back around it in an anti-clockwise direction and pick up the outside row. But I think if we get started here, we're going to plan. Let's get that powered up, get it lowered down, and see if we turn on our steering assist, our guidance here. Hopefully we're going to go and pick up out on a row on the outside. Here we go. Go around the corner though as well. If I get it in the right point, I think I might be completely butchering this. Let's see if we can get this in the right spot. There we go. That looks a bit better. Alright, and we're mowing. Can't quite pick it up in the rear vision mirror there, but seems to be running in the right direction. Now this is going alright. It's nice to be in a flash little tractor like this Kubota. It's not the biggest tractor, it's not the most horsepower, but you don't actually need too much to be running these mowers. Well, what are we picking up there? Come on. Trying to use the guidance steering without having the lines visible. Bit of a trouble. Let's go. Alright. No, we're still picking up the wrong ones. Let's just turn these lines on. I want to see what's happening here. Right, what I think it was trying to do was pick up the outside headland and drive us around the outside of the field. So there we go. You can see now that the lines will disappear when they're active, and then when we turn here at the end, they should pop up back up for us. So we can at least make sure we're going in the right way. There. That's a little bit easier. Alright, well, that's going to be a little bit of a mess. We'll put that down to learning experience, and hopefully once we get through the 3 fields we've got to do, because we do have a lot of grass to get through, hopefully a lot of bales to make off it. It is all being made into silage bales though, rather than being chopped. It was just easier for the contractor to buy it that way. They can either on-sell it directly to a farmer or they can stockpile it. I really don't care, just as long as I get some money for it and it's not on the farm anymore. So that's our main goal today. Let's get into this mowing, get this field opened up, so when our helper arrives with the rake, with the windrow, they'll be able to get straight into this field and get started on that. Well, not a word of a lie, we've literally on our third pass, or just finishing our second pass of the third headland, we've just had a tornado advisory pop up on our phone. You'll see the little symbols just appeared up there in the top. Can't see anything yet. We've obviously got some rain coming through, but oh, that could be a disaster for us if we get hit by a tornado. Are you actually joking? Not ideal to carry on mowing this grass, but we're committed to it now, so we're just going to keep going, and we're just going to have to keep our head on a swivel here because we don't want to be sitting out in this guy's tractor if there's a tornado comes across the farm. Whew, haven't experienced one of these before. This could be the first time I've ever come across a tornado. Scary stuff. Alright, we're just getting around and finishing the headlands. I've just had a phone call from the contractor. He wants us to go and park this up. He said he doesn't have insurance to cover any sort of tornado loss or damage or anything like that, particularly if you're out working in it. So he said park it up, put it in the shed. At least that way he is protected. If the shed gets taken out and it was in cover, he's got protection and insurance for that, but his insurance does not cover working out here in these conditions. So we're just going to get this all turned off, hold it back up, and we're going to go and throw this into our shed. He did say, seeing we're helping him out, he will find time to make sure we get this done. So we might just have to wait for the tornado risk to pass, wait for this rain to pass, and then see if we can get back out into the field a little bit later. But let's just have a look. We should be able to. Pretty sure the other tractors are all parked off to the edge. We tidied them all up. Well, when I say tidied them all up, they're filthy. Yeah, we'll be able to swing in there. Nothing's been cleaned, but at least they were all put away neatly. So let's jump in here and get this swung in, get it into some shelter, and at least some semblance of protection. Here we go. We'll leave that there, and we're going to go and find some shelter ourselves. Make sure we stay nice and safe. We need to get the boards updated. We've got a few names missing off those. Need to update what's in our fields. Lots of things we need to do. Right, spring's a good time to be doing it. Maybe that's something we can do while this weather's with us. Anyhow, let's see what comes of this tornado warning. Fingers crossed, nothing, and hopefully the rain doesn't hang around for too long and we can get back into our mowing. Well, as you can see, this weather has got horrendous. We've just had reports there is a twister on the ground. It's on the other side of the train tracks. I can't see it from here, but it is over in that direction somewhere. I'm just crossing my fingers that the rain and the weather is not going to carry on this way. The way that cloud's heading, I'm hoping it's going to head back across that direction and not come and get us, because that's the last thing we need. I could accept it if it went through the grass. It's not really going to ruin anything, but if it gets into the wheat, that is going to be a huge impact on our year. So let's cross our fingers that this does not get any worse than it is right now. Well, I dare say we have dodged a bullet. You can just see it heading through the trees on the field on the other side of the farm. It is not very nice out here at the moment, but that twister, hopefully it's not going to end up in the back of the dealership. It did just miss the other dairy farm over there. It went sort of through the field this side of us, or this side of the farm, but there we go. I think it's just lightning off now, and hopefully there's no more twister on the ground. That was pretty scary, and not something I expected to have happening for us in spring as we're looking forward to a fresh start. But fingers crossed, we're going to see a few more openings in the sky. This weather system's going to blow through and we'll be able to carry on getting some grass mown. Well, after the excitement of this morning, it has cleared to be an absolutely gorgeous afternoon. So we've got to make the most of this. I'm going to get the tractor back out and we will carry on mowing. Yeah, like I said, we were very fortunate to dodge anything. I gave the dealer a call. They were lucky as well. The twister had sort of lifted off and disappeared before it actually got to them. There was some whole lot of trees. We won't see it from here. Maybe just about make it out. But we're across the train lines. There was a few trees that got taken out and things like that. But other than that, it seems like we were very fortunate, or the community was very fortunate, it didn't end up near anything of any significance, say any buildings, any farms, any homes or anything like that. So very, very lucky with that one. Anyhow, let's get this bit of equipment back out and carry on with the mowing. So take two, get this all unfolded at the back here behind us. And it's going to swing around, open out. Get off to one side, and with the headlands done, it's nothing more to do than try and find somewhere we can open up a bit of a row going through the middle of the field. I think that, as long as I've dropped the mower down, there we go. We're back into it, back into mowing. So we're just going to break this into some sections, get some lands opened up and get into it. The windrow can't be too far away. They obviously delayed leaving the yard, obviously with what was happening, so they were waiting until we got back up on mowing before they brought any other equipment over. So let's carry on. It's quite a big windrow from what I've been told, so we need to have a decent amount of the field done before they can make a start. So let's carry on. We're just about finished this field, and it looks like not a moment too soon, because that looks like a rather large rake about to turn into the driveway. That thing is massive. No wonder he said we'd have to be a fair way ahead, or they're going to catch up. Same tractor, but what is it, a big 4-rotor class rake? That's a nice looking setup. Well, they are going to get straight in here and start windrowing, which probably means that the balers aren't going to be too far away from joining us, which would be good. It'd be nice to see some progress done. Still a few more hours until the sun sets and we get into some darkness, so fingers crossed we can get this all done and yeah, just end up with a nice looking field of grass baled up for some silage. There we go, just like that, first field is done. So we'll get that lifted up and turned off, and we will head on up. There's probably no need to fold it up because we're just going to jump across up the top here, although we are folding it up. Must have pressed that instead of turning it off. We're just going to jump across here into the next field. Windrower is up and underway over here. We'll just keep a little bit of a look out on how they're getting on. I actually haven't said hello to our worker. Let's go over and say hello to who we've got helping us out today. So I'm not going to hang around here too long, just come over and have a look at this work. But Aussie Dan is our helper today. He's up in there at the controls of the Kubota, getting these windrows done. Not the hugest swaths, actually. I thought we might have ended up with a little bit more grass than that. Bear in mind, of course, we didn't fertilise it, so we didn't roll it. It was really put in as a low-cost cover crop just to try and get us a little bit more income when the time came, which is now. So otherwise, these fields were just going to sit bare across winter, and the cost of the seed wasn't too much. So we should cover that, cover the cost of the seed, cover the cost of the diesel, putting it in, and therefore get a little bit of money out of the bales. But there we go. It's Aussie Dan. He is in there driving, getting that windrowing done, which is good. So let's go find our mower back over this way. Not sure what that noise we just heard. It sounded like a bit of a crash, but not sure what it was. Anyhow, let's jump up in here and move on into the next one. Field 2 of 3, and we are up and underway now. I've put the lines back on because that made it a whole lot easier last time, just to figure out exactly where our headlands were. It wasn't quite so bad doing the up and down rows in that field, although there was a couple of times where I pressed and the steering assist turned on, but it was almost like it had picked up a slightly different row, or maybe it was picking it up thinking I was going the opposite way, had the offset on the other side, I don't know. It did mean we ended up with a couple of spots where we had to go back and mow again, but that wasn't too worried. Not too many of those, but there we go. We'll get into this one. This is probably the second hardest. It's actually the biggest of the 3 fields, but in terms of shape, probably the second most awkward. The one we've just done was definitely the easiest, and the last one we have to do that sort of L shape, S shape that wraps around the back of the sheds, around the pond, everything like that, down to the road. That one is probably going to be the most awkward of the 3 fields, so probably left the hardest one till last. But anyhow, let's keep moving here. Let's just get this grass all mowed up and keep an eye out for the balers, because now that the windrow's here, they can't be too far away from coming in and getting started on that. And there we go. There is the first of the balers arriving, and it looks like they're going to get started in that field just as the windrow is coming around to finish up doing their work there on the outside of the field. So that's not too bad. That's been a pretty busy little start. I don't think we've got enough of this field yet for the windrow to come in here and carry on, so we might just let them just sort of hang out there for a little bit. We'll get this field a little bit more opened up, and then they'll be able to go. But yeah, it's great to have the baler over here. They'll be pleased, I'm sure, to get that started. It is getting a bit later in the day. We're up to 5 o'clock. But still plenty of time left, plenty of sunlight hours and those kind of things as well. So we'll jump over at some stage, go over and have a look at how the baler's going. I'm just trying to, actually we picked up the headland there. But there we go. Plenty more to do. Still got this field all to finish off and one more to go, but at least we're on the big up and down rows now, and we should be able to get through it just that little bit quicker. There you have it, first bale out on the field that we can see. Not sure what size bales they're going to be making, but fingers crossed they get a decent amount off there, because this is going to be money for us. That is the whole objective here, what we're trying to do today. Now, Aussie Dan in the windrow, he can't be too far away from being finished. We should get a little notification pop up at some point in the next minute or two, just to say he's finished there in the field, which will be good, because once he is done, we can get him over here. And actually, we're going to get this opened up pretty quick, so I reckon we might just about be able to get him starting pretty soon after we've finished, or after he's finished in that field and coming straight over in, because there isn't another baler yet. We do have 2 balers coming down to help us out. So anyhow, let's focus on getting this field mown. tell you what, this has been pretty stressful with Aussie Dan breathing down our neck there with the windrower. The second baler arrived. You can see the versatile running that over there. And I've already created a fair few bales in here. I haven't even counted them up, but was there 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 or so at least, which does make me wonder just how many we've got up and over the hill. You can't really see them from this angle, but you'll definitely notice them when we get back up to the top. Now you can actually see it looks like the baler up in there started on their headland passes as well, so they are getting through that field very rapidly. So we need to get basically folded up once we've done this little bit here, get finished. Just look at them all out there. Crikey, good problem to have. But yeah, get this little bit here finished, tidy up those two pieces, get folded up, and we've got one more field to go and do, which is going to be a little bit of a doozy. It's going to be a bit of a I think round and round a lot of times rather than trying to break it into some up and down sections. So we get over there and we will go and get started, but at least we've got a little bit of a head start on Aussie Dan's obviously got to go do the headlands yet. I'm guessing the John Deere over here will probably have to come and wait for us to get mowing and Aussie Dan to get over there in Windroad. But yeah, look at them all, huge number of bales. Glad I don't have to go around and pick them all up. That is their job. Anyhow, let's get on over here. We're going to scoot through the front of the house. We're going to get started in the next one. Well, it won't actually let me do any more than 4 headlands. I'm guessing because up here we'd be back on ourselves. So that's alright, we'll just run around the 4 times and then probably just keep going. It does mean though, we're actually, this bit's down by the road. Maybe we can do some rows in there. We'll figure that one out. But anyhow, no point talking about it. Let's get ourselves in here. It's all good to go. Turn that on. Check the course yet. Here it has. Right. That's us into this next one, and that will be us keeping busy for a wee bit longer. But yeah, get a good angle at all those bales down in here. I'm not even going to try and count them. Fortunately, the balers have a convenient bale counter on them, so we'll know exactly how many bales each one has made, and we can tally that up at the end because that's how we're going to be getting paid for these. It's going to be by the bale, so we'll figure all that out when we get to the end. But anyhow, onwards with much more mowing. Get a good view actually down here of those trees that were taken out by the twister over there too. We dodged a bullet with that one. Right, let's carry on. Let's get this all finished off. Aussie Dan is over here. We've been around our headlands. I think the best bet is just going to be carrying on running around doing this. I think Aussie Dan's going to do 3 headland passes, and that'll pretty much take all of this part out and just leave a little bit up the top here, which will be a bit more of a regular shape just up in here. So hopefully we can stay ahead of him. Once again, this big equipment goes really fast. We've got the baler there waiting to get going as well, and the other baler must be pretty close to being finished, so it's been a pretty whirlwind last wee while getting all of this work done. But like I've said it many a time, it's going to be good to get some money coming. I was smart about it, probably could have actually mowed that bit of grass in there too instead of going around it, but it's full of weeds. It is not the nicest grass. We will, though, be certainly looking to plough that up and making it part of our field when we come time to plant in here, because that is land we could make some money off. Anyhow, I am going to carry on and get this all done, and then we'll catch up with the others, see how everyone else is getting on. And, well, probably by then he will have had enough seeing me mowing, and we're just going to get this finished, and we'll see what we end up with doing. When we get to that point, I am just so relieved that I don't have to move any of these bales. They are going to take care of all of those. All of the bales are going to be gone. I've got another crew coming a little bit later, so I'll take those out with a couple of telehandlers or loaders or something like that, and a couple of semis. So very relieved that's not going to fall on us. And just like that, the mowing is all done. Perfect. Right, we'll get that lifted up and folded up. You can see Aussie Dan is twice around the field. The boss is in there in the John Deere. He's been starting on the baling. You can actually just see over top of the pond there the Versatile running around that field. They must be on the second headland pass maybe, so they must just about be finished over there. So all in all, everything is running very, very smoothly. Now we're just going to go and park up here in the yard and figure out when the boss gets back around here in the John Deere. We might just have a quick chat to him and see what he wants us to do with the tractor, where he wants us to take it to now, whether he wants to go and drop it off somewhere, leave it here, or what the story is. But I think that is pretty much everything that we need to do all done and dusted. Just have to leave it up to Aussie Dan to finish off the windrowing and these guys to carry on with the baling. I don't even know how many bales we've got. We might have to have a little bit of a look and a count up, or, well, actually we don't have to have a count up because we know that the bale counters in the tractors will tell us that. So we'll just wait for the boss to get back around here in the John Deere and we'll take some time and have a quick chat to him. Well, we've just had a very good chat there to the boss. He's going to carry on going. He said not to worry about the tractor. When his guys come and pick up the bales, they'll have some extra hands with them that can take the tractors away. So they will sort all of that out. But what was actually really interesting and well worth the conversation while he was sitting here waiting for Aussie Dan, kind of noticed some of the equipment we've got in here, tillage machine, the two big tractors. And he said that he often gets phone calls as a contractor asking if he does any tillage work, and of course he normally just says no, he's mainly grass work, baling, those kind of things. But he did suggest that if we were interested and wanted to subcontract to him, he'd be keen to take some of those jobs on if we were interested in doing them. So yeah, potentially we'll have a little bit of a think about it, but potentially an avenue for us to get involved in a little bit more contracting work around. And like we've said all along, we're open to any options to try and make us a little bit more money because the farm needs it. So I'm going to give that some thought. There is a few things to think about with that, but it could be a worthy opportunity for us to follow and see if we can make a bit more money. So who knows, we might become a little bit of some subcontracting to do some tillage work. Priorities though for us are to get these fields done. And now that we've had the grass taken off, we do need to get in and sort out, I guess, the condition of the fields. We need to get some soil data done. We need to get in here and probably plough some of them. They might need some ripping. I don't know really what they're going to need doing with them, but we need to get some crops in, some corn and soybeans to plant. So that is going to be our next urgent task to get on. But for today, for this episode, we are all done. Big thank you again to Aussie Dan for his help. It's great to have him here. Also to these guys for coming in and doing the baling, for lending the equipment, and just for getting it done before the sun has gone down. It's been a big effort, but we've got through it. So there we go. And who would have thought with the sun out like that this evening that we started the day off with a twister. Anyway, as always, thank you all very much for watching. Hope you've enjoyed this episode, and we'll catch you in the next one. Well, howdy folks, welcome back to Ray County. We are into another month. We've got all the bales, except for these ones, have been taken off and sold. They managed to get 3 truckloads taken out of here last night, and that was pretty much all that was left. So they said they'd cruise back down here this morning nice and early and get the rest of them out of here. Do you know what? We ended up with 174 bales in total. It was just over 600,000 litres that got taken off these 3 fields. And surprisingly, well, very surprisingly, I think we ended up with about $40,000 worth of income. The 3 full truckloads, were about 13,000 each. In fact, we haven't even been paid for those ones, which are heading off at the moment. So it was a huge amount of income. I was blown away by how much money this grass made. Well worth the effort. Now, we're already into the work. Our helper is here already, and I thought we'd start off by saying hello to him. Well, I've already said hello and got him up and underway, and he is well and truly into it. Today we have Joran here giving us a hand, and we're getting straight into our field prep. We have to get things planted, ideally this month, April, for some corn and some soybeans. we want to get those in ASAP. So he's out here ploughing this field. This one needed ploughing because it had corn in it previously before the grass, whereas the other two with soybeans don't need ploughing. So the plan for today is to get this field prepped. I'm going to get some lime put on the fields, because the other thing we've done is we've actually got the agronomist out here and we have been able to purchase the soil information for these 3 fields. So we'll just take a quick look at that. So there you go. As you can see, the pH levels on these fields are not very good, and as you can see here, we've actually got a delivery of lime on its way in from the co-op. So they have bought a trailer in, or they're bringing a trailer in, and we're going to be able to use that. They're going to leave it here and we'll be able to fill up with lime. So get this field here ploughed, field 28 ploughed. We've got 26 and 29 both need lime, and then they're going to need cultivating, and then we're going to go and try and get into some planting. Then 28 plough, lime, cultivate, and then get in and plant that as well. So like I said, it is a rather busy day that we have got planned in front of us. Whether we get it all done today, well, we have to get it all done before the end of the month, but whether we get it all done one episode will be another story. So let's have a look here. Yep, here comes the truck. They are on their way in here, and we'll be able to get started with some lime. So we'll go and grab the John Deere out of the shed, we'll grab the lime spreader, and we'll have a look at this trailer. It's a pretty cool trailer. Not one I've actually used before, but it lifts up at the back and you can just drive in basically underneath it effectively and load out the back. So very cool. So we'll go have a chat to this fella, see what they're going to do. I think they're just going to leave the truck here for us, and we're going to go start getting some lime spread. So let's get into it. So that's us all hooked up here with the lime spreader on the back. There's actually, just jump up in there, you can just see it is pretty much full of lime from last year. We parked it in the shed with the rest of the lime that was in our auger wagon, but we have had the rundown on how to use this trailer. There's a live bottom by Trout River there, as you can see. Now if we just jump up into the cab here, basically in front of the rear axle there, you can see there's a big hydraulic ram, which when you activate, lifts up the rear of the trailer and also slides backwards. So the semi there's just moving backwards a little bit. Here we go, slide that down a touch, but as you can see, we've now got enough of an overhang. We can get the lime spreader in underneath that and load up with it. So fingers crossed, this is going to work pretty well for us. And hopefully we can have enough lime in that truck to be able to do the whole field, all 3 fields actually, with that. So let's go and get started. We're going to do the 2 grass fields first, and then we'll get those cultivated. We'll wait for Yoran to be finished over there with the ploughing. So let's jump up in here and we'll go make a start. So we'll just roll here into the field, and you can see we do have our automatic application up there in the corner. We bring up our live map, you can see exactly what is going to be happening. So I'm just going to set up our steering assist and get things underway. Alright, that steering assist good to go. We just need to get this gate here unfolded on the back, and then we should be able to turn that on. And with that steering assist, we're up and underway, and we're going to get our automatic application of lime put air onto the grass. Actually, it's not going on very heavily. I wonder if it's going to detect the grass requirement, or is it doing it for loamy sand? No, it's detecting loamy sand, so I'm hoping that's going to be doing a good job. Seems to be going on, that's the main thing. Yeah, we'll just carry on going. It's not using up too much lime, which is one of those beautiful things about precision farming. It doesn't use up too much. Now, I was worried that it was going to take Yoran a wee while to get that field done, but he is quite literally and figuratively ploughing through the work in there, which is fantastic, because hopefully if we can get the lime spread and he can get that field done, then he might be able to do the lime on that while we jump into the Ford, pull out the cultivator, get that up and running, and get some work done as well. So plenty to do, plenty to keep us busy, but let's just keep on moving. Let's get this field done. That's pretty much our lime all finished. Once round the field, and just that little bit there was a full load. So with that done, let's go and check out how this trailer works. Like I said, not something I have used before. I have seen them being used, but it's certainly a new experience for me. So what I think we're going to do is, we kind of haven't really left it in the right spot, but I think if we just sort of head over this way, hopefully swing around. It may have to be running, the truck may have to be running to be able to power the conveyor there, the live bottom. Let's just go and park about there, see if we can press R. No, there's no unload option there, so we might just have to jump up in the truck and see what we can do. So we've got an option there to dump lime, so we're just going to do that, turn that on, and that filled it up in no time whatsoever. Took about 12% of the trailer, so I guess that means we're going to have a sort of 9-ish, 8.5, 9 loads out of there. So we'll see how that goes for the fields. Obviously, as we always know, and we always talk about, headlands do take the most, so by the time we've been once more around and start getting on some up and down rows, hopefully maybe 4 loads. Even if we do 4 loads out of this field, it's going to mean that we're going to need 4 in this backfield. I don't think we're going to have enough for one trailer load, but that's alright. I'm sure the co-op will bring some more down for us if that's what we need. So, there we are, back where we started. Let's get that powered up again. Jump on our guidance steering, not the best place to do it. There we are. Get that row up and moving, and yeah, hopefully everything is going to turn to a appropriate shade of green. I'm not going to say it's all going to be a nice shade of green, because as we can see, depending on the soil types, and there is some varied soil types across this map. The soil map is fantastic. It gives some nice variety, but as you can see, we're going to get a wide variety of colours as we go around. So fingers crossed we get the correct shades in the correct place. So with that all said and done, keep an eye and see Yoran working down there in the bottom corner of that field. Let's crack into it. Let's get some lime spread, and we'll catch up with you probably when we finish this field. Moving into the next one, see how we're going on the lime supplies in the trailer. Are we going to end up so close to having this field finished without having to go and fill up? And I regret not putting that little bit of lime into the spreader at the start, but there we go. We are almost done, just that one little bit to do. So we'll head on over this way. I think this is, we've taken 4 loads out of the trailer, so we're definitely not going to have enough to do all 3 fields in one load on the back of the trailer. I do like that once I've opened it up, I can just drive back and under and it will keep on unloading, so that's a nice little touch with it. Case in point, we'll get ourselves turned in here without colliding with the back of the trailer. There we go. And just get into the right spot. There we go. It's almost full before the animation has time to kick in. So we'll head on in here and go and get this last little piece done, and then we're going to move into the other grass field. We've been keeping a little bit of an eye out on what Yoran's up to. As you can see, he is powering through that field. He's almost going to get finished that in much the same time as we're going to get finished in the second field with the grass, which will probably work out quite well. Means we can move into that one with some lime spreading and get started on the cultivating at the same time. So yeah, things should work out pretty well on that front, I think. Anyhow, let's get this through here. As you can see, we've got a patchwork of colours, but the system tells me that everything is being a-okay and optimal for the type of soil it is going on to. So we'll get this finished off, we'll top up on the way past the trailer, and then we'll go and get into the next grass field. Won't take quite so long, it's not quite as big, just has some very long field boundaries. In fact, 2 headland passes on that just about will have the field done. But anyhow, almost done here, let's get into the next one. There we go, into it. I was going to try and do 3 headlands because that would make the inside rows a little bit more simplistic, but it wouldn't let me do that just because of this narrow bit up in here. So what we'll probably do is run the couple of headlands through here with the steering assist, and then we might just manually infill a few parts because I think that will work out more efficiently than doing some short passes and regular turning, which is what we would otherwise have to do if we tried to follow what the steering assist is telling us to do. So computers can be helpful and can make your life easier in some cases, and in others they just can't quite read the situation as well as a human eye can. So we'll make use of our human eye. Anyhow, there we are, we're into this one. We'll get it all done. And I'm looking forward to getting the Ford out and getting the cultivator out as well and having a run with that. Now it just occurred to me as we got into this field and heading around the headlands, I'd actually talked about ploughing up a big chunk of this field over there, which, I mean, it's a no-brainer to do. That is a lot of wasted land we're not using, and in fact there is actually some in the other field up near the house which we could have done as well. So a little bit backwards because we probably should have done that before applying lime, but I think what we will do is we'll go and definitely get the tractor once Joran's finished with it. When he's spreading the lime, we're going to come in here and plough those little bits of the field up. Now, we don't have the soil data on it. The agronomist's already been in and scanned everything. He didn't pick up on those pictures either, so I guess we might just farm those without the information. The cost of the inputs and everything like that, while we might not be able to maximise the field 100%, cost to get them back out and rescan all those sections once they're ploughed and everything like that will probably far outweigh the benefits for those small bits of land. But at least it'll mean we've increased our area, particularly considering we've lost those couple of fields. A little bit more area is not going to be a bad thing. So, yeah, just something I had forgotten and thought I would mention. But there we go, we're just about empty again, so we will keep going. The wheat's looking good. Must admit, the wheat is looking pretty fine out there. Well, I was worried that might be the case. We have just emptied the trailer out. We should have enough lime left in here to finish this field off. There's only a little section up in here that we still need to do. So we'll just get out in here, you'll see it. Kind of see it, make it out there on the mini-map, but there is just a little bit on the end of this pass. It's where we just finished off. Section in here to do, and then maybe 4 more passes in there, so should be just enough lime, but it does mean we are going to have to get the co-op to run down and we'll grab the truck and bring us back another load so we can get Joran's field done, or at least the field that Joran is currently ploughing. Haven't actually seen how far he's through yet, so it's going to be a bit of a question of whether we're going to finish doing this first. In fact, can we make out? Doesn't look like he started headlands yet, so I'm going to make out that we're going to be finished here beforehand, and then we can go over and see how he's progressing. And then we can get out with the cultivator, the landole that's sitting there under the tree, and the Ford, and get into these fields and get them started to be ready. Because once they're all cultivated, they're pretty much going to be ready for planting. We'll have to sort out some seed, probably some fertilizer, and things like that too. But first and foremost, we need to get this all done and ready to be planted. Now, the other thing I was thinking about as we were cruising around here is that the wheat fields, we only managed to get fertilizer on some of them. If you recall, when they were planted prior to winter, we ran out of money to buy any more fertilizer, so we planted them without fertilizer. So we do have to try maybe get some liquid fertilizer put on with the sprayer, or something like that, just so that we're giving that wheat the best opportunity to return the best yield on our investment that we can. At the same time, I need to be mindful that at the end of this month we need to have another 60 grand to be able to pay off our debts. So fingers crossed, after our conversation with the baling contractor, that he might come through with some tillage contracts around town, or around the county. But until we hear from him, we will not know if there's going to be anything there we can do. Of course, the priority is of getting our fields prepped and planted and everything like that too. But there we go. That is this all done. Perfect. And plenty of lime left over, at least for this field. Right, let's go and park this up. We'll go over and see if we can find where Euron is. So just checking out how Euron is going in the field. He's making a good start here on the headlands, got all the inside of the field done. A few little bits and pieces of tuning, which we might have to go through and tidy up. Not his fault. That tractor can be a little bit difficult with a 3-point hitched plough horn to get aligned, so we can understand why he was having problems there. That will be the co-op back with another load of lime, ready to go into this field. But would you believe it, we're standing here under the tree because it's started raining. We've had the most rotten luck on this farm with the weather. Rain today, tornado last time, all that snow we had over winter. It has not been the nicest place to be from a weather perspective. So I'm hoping this rain doesn't hang around for too long, because we need to get this planting done before the end of April, and well, technically we're in the last stages of that, so we need to try get all of these fields prepped. It shouldn't stop ploughing, it shouldn't stop the cultivating, but seeding in some rain is probably not the best idea. So I'll take a look at the weather forecast to see how long this is going to hang around for. Hopefully that blue sky sort of all around, it's just going to be some isolated rain and we're not going to have to worry about it for too long, and it won't last. It will disappear and we'll be able to carry on with what we need to get done. Well, there's the forecast. It's just gone 10, so we need to have some rain through. Should be gone by 12, and then we've got a window in there until about 6 o'clock in the evening. Try and get everything planted. And then you look, May, rain. Sun between 10 p.m, 8 p.m, and 4 a.m. Well, what that means is it's not raining, because we certainly will not have any sunlight in those hours. So, oh well. It is what it is. You can't control the weather. That's the one thing you will learn very, very quickly as a farmer. Now, just looking here, corn. We can plant corn in May, but I want to be able to harvest it earlier than December. I don't want to be mucking around in the snow. And if we have a look at our soybeans, we've got a big planting window for soybeans, so we don't have to rush through this month, but I really, really want to get things done. So we'll leave Euron there. We're going to go and grab the Ford out. We'll get that hooked up to the landole, and let's go and make a start on some cultivating. See what sort of job we can do while it's raining. So let's get out here. We've got the Ford, we've got the landole, we've got everything pretty much ready to go to get some cultivating done. So let's get this folded down. Let's get this grass all chopped up and into the ground so we can create a nice seed bed to put our crops in. Now, I haven't talked about what we're planting where, but basically this, or the two fields we've put the lime on, this one and the one on the other side of the main driveway, are both going to be corn, and then the one Euron is in at the moment is going to be soybeans. So these two fields were soybeans last year, so we're going to go from soybeans into corn, and the other field was corn last year, so we're going to go from corn into soybeans, whereas these two fields behind us, which have the wheat, and they were corn last year as well, so I've gone corn and wheat. So just keep our minds on some crop rotations going on there. Right, that's enough of that. Let's get this lowered down now. I'm mindful of the fact we need the plough to come over and do this a little bit as well, but there we go. Seems to Now that it's down, it seems to be doing an alright job, doesn't it? Tractor up and going. I didn't need to set some guidance steering up, but I just thought let's put that down there. And we will go and check just how that's doing as a job, because I want to get the middle of the field done and the headlands done last. So jump out and just have a little bit of a scratch around out here. It's like it's chopping things up pretty well. That nice short grass that we have there from being mowed is ending up deep in the ground, and you can sort of see the root structure coming through a little bit. And it's not too sticky. This rain's, it's more pesky than anything else. It's not really wetting rain. It's just annoying and not the sort of rain you really want to be working in. But doesn't look like it's sticking to the rollers too much. That becomes a real issue. You get lots of dirt in the rollers and it just turns into a mass of yuck. And spend more time cleaning it than you do working it. So we'll keep an eye on that, and if it does get too bad we'll have to call it quits. But let's jump up and let's get into it properly. Well, I changed my mind. I figured we'd actually better off working in this field and starting on this side because, well, we don't have any sections over here we want to plough in. There's a little bit up there by the house, but it's not too much. And we'll do that as soon as Yoran is finished in the field behind us. So I thought actually we might as well make a start over on this one. And then that means once we've ploughed the section up in the other field, we can go over that with the cultivator, with the disc here, and chop that down into a nice seed bed. So it just made more sense than doing little bits here and there. So let's carry on. Let's get into this. I don't know, can't make hay while the sun shines because the sun's not shining. Let's make mud while the rain falls. Well, 2 passes in and suddenly the tap got turned on a whole lot faster and the rain has started coming down a lot harder. I think we're going to have to park this up for now. We can't carry on in these conditions. It is just going to turn into a mud bath. So we're going to wait for Yoran. He's, can you see him behind there? Somewhere over there. There you go. It's just about coming around to us again. So we'll have a chat to him and we'll just say let's just leave it. For now, we'll park things up and not make any more of a mess. So long as the grass is bare, the water should run off and absorb pretty quickly. It's where it's open and furrows and things like that, it just gets muddy really, really quick. So we shouldn't have to wait for too long once the rain's finished, but we are going to have to wait because I don't want to make more of a mess of these fields than we have to. Well, there we are. That is pretty much us done. Yoran's got around. He's finished off for now. So just going to get in here. We'll get this all turned off as well. There we go. And well, we're just going to head up into the house. Let this rain do its thing and then get out of the way so we can carry on farming. Well, the rain has finally stopped, as you can see, but we've got more coming in. About 6 o'clock tonight, there is meant to be another front coming through, bringing a whole lot more rain. So we're going to head on back out here. We've just finished our lunch. We're going to get Yoran back up and going. He can get that field finished off, and we're going to carry on with this one. Hopefully, we can get some seeding done. We're going to run out of time. Like I said before, though, and earlier, we did look at that planting calendar. We don't have to get things planted today, or in this month. If we go into May, it's not going to hurt, but ideally, we were definitely going to get things planted this month, just so we have a sort of earlier harvest window was really the main thing. But just have a look around this. All looks pretty good. Can't see anything bent, broken, or damaged, so should be good to go. Right, let's jump up here into the tractor, get into it. So there we go, Yoran's off and heading to the races. Well, not the races, but he is off and back around the field. A couple more headland passes to go for him. But we're going to go and try and get ourselves lined up over here, hopefully. That lowered down. And we're going to carry on now as well. And finally, get this field all done. It was interesting, actually, as I was walking across here, if you noticed, the pH value was pretty much perfect. Or good across the whole thing, and actually nitrogen's not too bad either. So putting corn into these ones, so obviously know that's a bit of a higher nitrogen demand, but the field with soybeans actually probably won't need any fertilizer at all, which will be nice. We'll just be able to carry on with that one. So anyhow, let's get into it. Let's try and get as much of this done in the next few hours as we can. Well, we could not have timed that much better if we tried. I'm amazed at how quickly I've managed to rip through this field. This Landau has done a fantastic job. The forward power up front has hauled it with ease. But I'm saying it's good timing because Joran has pretty much just finished this field next to us at the same time. So he's just parked up over there. So we're going to have to go over and give him a hand to move on. Looks like we might have to go through and just tidy up a few things. Obviously the plough struggled on a couple of those waterways, those little swales that are in the field there, and a couple of issues there on the ends, but nothing we can't go and fix. So I think what we might do is we'll finish this field up, and then we'll go and grab hold of that. We'll tidy up those couple of little bits. We do want to go and plough up some of that other part of the field. I'm just going to go back around and pick up this bit we've missed, but of course I want to make it a little bit bigger on this field, and then obviously the other field make it a little bit bigger. So I think Joran could probably get in and get some line put on with those little bits done. So we'll get him up underway spreading the line. We'll take the plough, and before you know it, we can have every single field ready to plant, because the speed this is going, it's not going to take long to get the next one done either. So let's carry on. We'll get this last little bit finished off, and then we'll be done. It's quite funny actually, driving up there towards the dealership, and those couple of deers are looking very enviously over here at this Ford doing some hard work. I think they'd love to be out here turning some ground over, but no, they just have to sit there and watch. And there we go. We'll get this folded up so we can get into the next field. I don't want to drive around the yard with it unfolded. Just about probably fit actually, but we're going to be into this one. But we need to get that plough going first. There's the truck back with the lime. They turned up a little bit earlier. They've left that there once more, so Joran can get that lime done. So we might actually grab the lime spreader, take that over for him to get started on, and then we'll jump into the plough. So jumped up here into the Massey. Got Joran over there underway with the lime spreading, and like I said, we are just going to shoot around, try and tidy up these few little bits and pieces in the waterways and what have you. Get them all ploughed as well, just to make sure we've got everything ready for a good seedbed for our crops. So I'm not going to bother showing you this, we're just going to get it done. It's not the most exciting job, but it's just something we're having to do. So we'll get it sorted and catch up with you when we're finished. Well, I think that is everything apart from a couple of spots on the edge of the field which didn't quite get ploughed. I have newfound respect for Joran after driving this tractor and combo for the last few minutes. We did not leave him with an easy task, that is for sure. Just the way it's articulated, you can see how it swings, you turn one way and it goes the other. Just little bits and pieces like that. Now, kind of almost a little bit loath to plough this, but I don't think we're going to get much benefit out of this. So I'm not actually going to bother adding that section in there, but let's head on over to the other part of the field. In fact, it becomes a good little staging area, depending on which field gets harvested first, to park a truck or a grain cart, those kind of things in there. Put a header on the front of the combine, all of those kind of bits and pieces. So we do stand to benefit quite considerably though by ploughing some parts of this other field. So we'll head over, take a look at that and get that done. Joran's I think 4 loads through with the lime so far, so he's making some pretty decent progress with that, which is good, because once he's done there, once we've got this field cultivated, then we want to go and cultivate that one, chop all that lime down into the field, and then we'll be good to go. Now, the idea here is actually to add all of this. This is a big section that's not being farmed. Obviously we've got the pond on that side. I do want to be a little bit mindful of that and not set ourselves up with too harder areas to farm. If we just take a look at the map, you can see we own all the way up here to the railway track, so we do actually have quite a bit of land in under here, and you can look quite a bit, and it would make this field so much nicer in terms of a shape. Just get rid of this irregular curve around here. So we are going to hopefully follow that down. Let's have a look if we can just drive forward. Should have turned create fields on. Let's have a look. Here we have, there we go. So let's outline this one really quickly. I'm not going to go all the way up into the corner. We're going to make it as easy as we can for ourselves and as practical as we can for ourselves, so when it does come time to harvest, we're not stuck with anything too difficult to deal with. Not too close to the trees, anything like that. So I think that's probably going to be a pretty good spot right about there. So let's race through this, get it all done. Well, I'll tell you what, this has been well worth the effort. When we turn around, see how much extra field we have and how much more practical this field shape is going to be. Let's get spun around here. Look at that. Look at how much we've added into it. I reckon we've probably 10% more on this field area. Don't know if there's any way we can tell. We might just have to have a look. Can't remember if any of the data will update or not. But yeah, I'm pretty happy with how this has all worked out. The only thing we're going to be lacking on any of this new bit of land is any soil data. So there's really no point putting any pH, any lime, any fertilizer on it when we come to plant. But for a start, it's going to give us a whole lot more crop than we were going to have to start with. And more crop means more money in the long run. So there we go. I'm pretty happy with that. Let's go and park this up now. We can probably just about get out here, straight out here with the Ford. Now you can see the field over there is getting a nice shade of white, which must mean only one thing, and that is that Yoran is getting a good way through the lime spreading over there. So we're going to have that field to cultivate up soon. So we really do need to not waste any time here talking. It's parked and go and jump over there into the Ford and get the land dial moving. So we'll turn this off, make sure I don't have field create on anymore. There you go, Yoran's empty once more, so we'll go and make sure he gets filled up. And we'll turn that off, leave it there, and keep on moving, get things going. I can't remember if I looked at this before, whether it was 9.64 or not, so I'm not sure whether it's taken into account that extra bit of field area. Probably not, I don't think it has, but that's not to worry. Let's get going. We're here in the Ford. We'll get things unfolded. There we go, and let's just have a look and see what sort of course our steering assist is going to try and generate. And already you can see that is a much more practical course for us. A couple of headlands, we'll end up with those wonky little bits down in here. Almost actually going to have to do the headlands first just to be able to figure out those edges. I might do this inside headland and then we'll do that before we get around and do the last one. So let's crack into it, let's get started. There we go, this should give us a nice outline for where the end of those rows are. Mainly just for these little bits in here are the awkward ones to try and figure out. So let's carry on and let's get this field done, get everything ready for planting. Here we go, just heading around the very last little part of this field now. Looks like the lime truck is on its way out, which can only mean one thing, and that is that Yoran has finished. Well, it can actually mean two things. He's either finished the field and doesn't need any more lime, or they've run out of lime and they're off to get some more. I'm hoping it is the former of those two, not the latter. Fingers crossed. In fact, there we go. AI worker F has completed their task, so that probably means Yoran has been able to finish. He must have told them that when he filled up last he'd have enough to finish it off, so very good. Right, hopefully they can get out of there and not cause too many issues with traffic. Cars stopped for them, nice one. Very, very courteous traffic around here, that is for sure. Anyhow, we're going to carry on, get this little bit of the field finished, and then I think we might just about call it quits for this episode. We'll leave Yoran, I think, hand him over this tractor, let him run around that last field, get that all beaten down into a planting condition. I might go tinker with the planter for a little bit and get it all set up and ready to plant. But it's been a mammoth effort so far, and we've still got enough time left in the day to get our planting started. So make sure you check back in on the next episode, because that is probably what we'll be doing, is a whole heap of planting. So, and if you want to come along and lend a hand here on Ray County, make sure you leave a comment down below. I will go through those and pick someone to be our helper next time. Yeah, there we go. Another episode of Ray County done and dusted. As always, thank you all very much for watching. Hope you've enjoyed this episode, and we'll catch you in the next one.